Recording in progress.
Goeiemorgen allemaal.
Good morning, members. Good morning. Okay, we may start. Chair, would like to take this opportunity maybe to say officially thank you to members and thank you to colleagues and thank you, Chair. Chair, before I start, I'm not too sure if you would like to have maybe some few remarks before we start today.
No, the program is yours. Let's follow
Thank you.
the program.
No, thank you, Chair. Members, thank you very much. We start today with our program. It's actually 9 o'clock. So today we have also have a day full of activities on our program, but we'll try our level best to manage time and see if we can't finish everything that we need to do, but having allocated enough time with the engagements and the presentations that we're going to get today. But taking into account it's a Friday today, I will also do my best to make I will do my best to manage time and see if we can't cover everything that we need to cover, and being able to produce a comprehensive strategic plan after this session. Members, I would like to start the session with take a few minutes. I'm not going to take too much time, just to look at a recap of what we had today from the stakeholders that did presentations. And then soon after that, I will hand over to Shahib. If Shahib, you can start brushing up your presentation that you're going to give to us, or whatever you're going to give to the committee, because I see you going to cover the role of the portfolio committee on public works and infrastructure. So if you can start brushing up on that while I'm just recapping and just giving out highlights of the engagement that we had yesterday. Maybe by way of confirmation and checking, I do see that we have the members on the platform. Do we still have our colleagues from the department?
Good morning. Yes, Muzi, we do have Mr. Mtombeni on the platform. I'm not sure who else is there from the department, though.
Okay.
DG is also here.
DG.
And Luke Alberts, the minister's parliamentary liaison officer, is here.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you for attending again today.
Maybe what we need to appreciate is that DG, you have given yourself time from yesterday. We must appreciate before we proceed, and your team. It's very much important. It shows that really we'll have to work together going forward more than what we were doing before. I wanted to take this opportunity and appreciate that facilitator. Thanks.
Oh, okay. No, thank you, Chair. Thank you for those remarks, Chair. Much appreciated. Okay, without further ado, let me just. Okay, yesterday we did receive quite a few presentations from the department and our stakeholders. And the first presentation was it came from the department, which actually just highlighted the strategic plan and the priorities of the department, and which covered a wide range of strategic priorities which are designed to align with the broader government goals. The priorities also included enhancing economic growth, ensuring inclusive development, and maintaining public assets for community benefits. The department also highlighted the aim to generate revenue for its asset to support maintenance and future demands. We also heard from the department. I'm sorry, okay, cool. No, it's just a note taker. I thought maybe there's a comment on the comment line. We also heard from the department where Mr. Lwazima Slangu discussed the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure strategic priorities, including the expansion of the expanded public works program to enhance skills development and job creation. He also highlighted the need for a culture of excellence and transparency, alongside a focus on sustainable infrastructure investment and asset management optimization. The department also aims to transform its assets or public assets and to ensure effective service delivery even in the face of external shocks. Mr. Mahlangu also covered the department's strategic initiative, emphasizing resilience, ethical governance, and capability enhancements. He also highlighted the importance of service delivery improvements plan in collaboration with the Public Service Commission and the need for change management to adopt new technologies. Additionally, he also mentioned the focus of contract management and organizational skills assessment to ensure effective project delivery. And we also did receive a presentation from ISA, from Dr. Joint, which mainly the presentation covered the challenges that they are facing, that the infrastructure sector is facing. The presentation covered the infrastructure investment landscape in South Africa, looking at the public sector capital spending decline, the gross fixed capital formation of about 14.8% of gross domestic product in 2023, and also covered looked at the National Development Plan targets, which is we're looking at about 30% of the GDP by 2030. However, the information shows that the substantial underspending occurred over the MTF period in infrastructure by all spheres of government and including the SOEs. And also, furthermore, Dr. Joint also highlighted the South African faces infrastructure development hurdles due to fiscal constraints, hindering investment in vital sectors, which then leads to limited public funding, inefficient resource allocation, challenges in accessing external financing, impeding crucial infrastructure needs and overall economic growth. But also what Dr. Joint highlighted was, or covered in his presentation, was the fact that what is required for the country to meet or reach the NDPT National Development Plan targets is to have about 16 to 20 mega projects are needed to go to market every single year. And also, furthermore, he also highlighted ISA is allocating about 600 million grant over a 3-year MTF period to support project operation. And he looked into the gaps towards the preparation stages of projects to a quality bankable state for investment is a major hindrance in achieving accelerated infrastructure development. Yeah, okay. And then another presentation that we did receive was a presentation from our colleagues from DPSA, or maybe, yeah, from DPSA. After we heard about the good work that the bank is doing, also the colleagues from DPSA focused on the challenges and the improvements. One of the challenges and the challenges that they are facing in infrastructure delivery. In infrastructure delivery models, it's around the capability and the capacity. What they covered within the capacity and skills is limited delivery capability of some government agencies and lack of an engineering and project management skills, which affect the planning and delivery of infrastructure projects. And one of some of the improvements they are suggesting or they propose was the establishment of a dedicated delivery authorities with specialized project delivery skills, private sector partnership, finance, and technical support with clear skills and knowledge transfer to capacitate public sector personnel. I'm just touching on what I could pick up when the colleagues were doing the presentations. And also they looked into the diversity and inclusion with limited workforce diversity in infrastructure, meaning not enough women and youth are participating in infrastructure delivery projects or in infrastructure sector. And what they then said were proposing are the improvement is a deliberate and intentional workforce diversification for empowerment through incentives. Yeah, okay. So, but also before the end of the day, we did also receive a presentation from the colleagues from ECDC, which they did a quite an extensive work, which looking into the challenges and the lessons learned. But the approach they took was just look at the project life cycle, the product life cycle, and look at each stage and what challenges are they face or are faced with the infrastructure delivery programs that they have in each stage of the product life cycle stages, from the concept stage to development stage. Within the concept stage, generally what they were highlighted is generally insufficient time afforded to planning processes. There is a tendency to succumb to external pressures and cut corners, leading to ill-conceived projections and plans. And also, furthermore, they also highlighted the inclination towards vying for short-term fixes at the expense of sustainable long-term solutions, leading to poor return on investment and unrealistic and unrealized value for money. And also they looked at the under the concept stage, they also highlighted the weak business cases with insufficient time and funding to undertake specialist studies, meaning the market research, feasibility, pre-feasibility and feasibility studies. And also still under concepts, they looked into stakeholder needs and requirements, processes, poor processes of identifying key stakeholders and soliciting their requirements, misalignment between business requirements and key stakeholder requirements for various reasons. That's what we heard from the colleagues yesterday. And yeah, and they went on, colleagues, to cover a range of issue. I'm not going to go to each and every point that I collected for the sake of time. But yeah, just to also under production, they looked at the procurement processes, the implementation processes, and under procurement, the reluctance in pursuing other procurement strategies, mainly accustomed to traditional design by employer, and challenges with procurement committees to appreciate the strategic intent. Where furthermore, they looked into a mismatch between client internal processes and alternative procurement strategies, operating systems and standard operating procedures designed for DBE approach only. So colleagues and members, I think I felt that maybe let me just cover the key points that I could pick up. There was a lot of information that was shared yesterday. And I hope members and colleagues took some time just to go over again on the presentations, just to get our heads around, because that's information that the colleagues shared yesterday. It's going to play a crucial role in today's engagements and the discussions that we're going to have. At this stage, members and colleagues, I would like to take this opportunity maybe to invite my colleague to take over and give us a presentation. I've only taken about 15 minutes. I know there was an hour allocated for a recap and highlights. However, I felt that maybe just let me touch on there was a lot that was shared yesterday, but let me touch on the critical points, and then do not waste more time, because the presentations were shared, and it contains so much more information, and I would not be doing justice if I try and cover too much from the presentations. Mr. Shahid, are you on the platform, sir? Are you ready? Can I hand over to you?
I think you have done so, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Good morning to yourself, the members of the committee, and the colleagues, but specifically also the DG and some of the DDGs and some of the guests who are around. I had 3 or 4 of these. I had an option of 3 or 4 presentations to give you, but I thought it's wise to if we reflect on the role of the committee, to make a link between the parliamentary strategic plan and a link with the plan of the department, because that would inform our strategic plan for the 5 years or the term that's left. And so for that reason, this is going to focus on the vision of the parliamentary strategic plan and how it influences, not how it influences, how it provides a foundation with the constitutional imperatives of Parliament and of the members. But also the imperatives of and the obligations of the minister and the DG and his team. The important thing is to look and to understand also that the National Development Plan and Vision 2030, which could by now be Vision 2050, it's not very far to go for us to account on whether we achieved 2030's targets and planned outcomes. And so it's important to look at and say and understand that strategic plan of Parliament and the department and government as a whole is linked to those targets. And so we are a developmental state. We want to improve the quality of life of South Africans. But before we can improve quality of life, maybe simultaneously, I have my doubts about simultaneously, there is a need to make a shift. And a shift is not always easy. Doesn't feel good always. Transformation is not. And so that social transformation aspect is still very, very much needed. It's a small percentage of people that can feel the change took place over the last few years. We must say, however, that the developmental state certainly succeeded in bringing access to basic services to the majority. There's a small place in Knysna that people don't always know about. It's called Concordia. It's old forestry station, similar to the Mpumalanga forestry stations. There's been no water and no electricity there in the 1970s and the 1980s, and of course before. Since 94, the whole area is electrified with water. Even though Knysna as a municipality is going through trouble right now, majority of the people who live in Concordia have water and electricity. In the past, they did not. So when I say that there wasn't transformation, I'm being very harsh because one expects much more of ourselves than just a few people, pockets here and there, that felt the change. And let me just qualify also, the reason why I speak like this is because of efforts to have access to healthcare, access to water and housing that we are not hitting it successfully enough. I will always be one of those who push that we can do much more, even though we have succeeded in some ways. So inclusive growth, job creation, poverty reduction, tackling the high cost of living, that's a big one for every single person and family and household, and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. These are things, maybe not tackling the high cost of living everywhere. All departments may not put that there because that's not part of their mandate. However, for this committee, it must be part of our strategic plan. So Parliament has 5 outcomes that support those, the priorities that are aligned to the NDP goals. These are improved performance of Parliament, increased government responsiveness, meaningful citizen participation, enhanced member capacity, and impactful law making. When I did the strategic plan of Parliament yesterday, I spent a bit of time on explaining the issue of impact and the need for lawmaking to be strengthened. So the vision then, transformative Parliament, improve the quality of life of South Africans, and this is important, ensuring enduring equality in our society. The focus is Parliament represents the people. It ensures government accountability, and Parliament fulfills its constitutional functions of passing laws and overseeing executive action. But it does that by embracing the African philosophy of Ubuntu, promoting collaboration, inclusivity, and collective responsibility. I am through the people around me. I am my best by being with the people around me and feeling with the people around me. That is the collaboration and inclusivity and collective responsibility of that philosophy. I am better, by the way, when I'm feeling with the people around me and working with the people around me than if I am alone. 3 strategic priorities: strengthening oversight mechanisms, enhancing legislative processes and public involvement, improving representation in public appointments and international engagements. Now, responses to strengthening oversight work. Oversight, effective oversight. And when we say effective, always think of impact, linked to NDP outcomes. But I must also just say that when we say effective and linking it to impact, we must understand that that's not easy and that we need to figure out innovative manners of doing that. So Parliament's oversight priority model, and yesterday I mentioned that if it's required, we can go through parts of that for members. A lot of what I say here will in fact be influenced by that, so it might not be necessary. Align oversight over executive authorities with NDP outcomes and the NDP indicators. Our oversight as a committee must focus on government responsiveness and ensuring accountability. Addressing recommendations that we make to ensure that we get impact through our oversight. We have an implementation plan, an oversight implementation plan to address shortcomings and recommendations. I mentioned yesterday quarterly reports, but I must say that what we went through yesterday was the strategic plan and the APP of Parliament. And Parliament's quarterly performance reports that we referred to yesterday is that of divisions of Parliament to the executive authority, the chair of the NCOP and the speaker. What we're talking about here, these quarterly reports, is reports on our oversight on executive action and how the executive responded to our recommendations. Now, we can already, under 1.4.2 and its two subcomponents, say that this committee has, and I mentioned that yesterday as well, made a significant shift towards outcomes and impactful oversight by including the DG and the team every time in our meetings to check on recommendations that came from specific meetings and then say, was there a response? What did the response look like? We do not always, however, and I'll get to it later on, we do not always as a committee take sufficient time to say, but we are not pleased with the response. Instead of scolding, it's important to take the information, digest it, find a way of digesting it, and figuring out how do we speak in a synchronized manner to one another on these matters. When we say executive action, we must understand what the executive authority is and what the executive authority's responsibility is and what the DG and the administrative team's responsibilities are. So we do not hit the wrong or expect something from the wrong stakeholder. Anchoring a stakeholder and partnership plan, building trust and long-term relationships through coordinated stakeholder engagements. And what we're referring to here, my apologies, is Parliament must have such a plan, but each committee must also have such a plan that leverages internal, external, local, regional, and international partnerships to achieve common goals. I do not know whether any committee has, except for the larger committees of the legislative sector, that includes the speaker, speakers of provincial legislatures, and the NCOP, etc. Except, and also the SDP, where they have international engagements. But there is and must be some value to be gathered from the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure in Namibia, Botswana, Mozambique, Canada, the United Kingdom. And so there are innovative ways in which we can do this, and we need to think outside of just this particular little space where we are now, because that's also part of Ubuntu. The African philosophy is not available to Africans only. The diaspora is global. Some of our students are sitting in Russia, Japan, and some of our best people are developing the rest of the world. If you go to the financial sector in Malaysia and the rest of the world, you'll be surprised who are leading these international sectors, sometimes without Ubuntu. Because there's this tendency that when you leave, you forget you are from Africa and South Africa. The business transformation operational excellence plan, the digital transformation, we had a glimpse of that yesterday, and organizational realignment and change management to create a future-ready parliament. And that issue of a future-ready parliament is something we need to speak about more openly. You would notice every meeting there's an AI tool or app opening here and there. 2 or 3 people's apps are there. But how do we really use that to enhance impactful oversight and to assist all of us? And do we synchronize our information collection that comes via that? And how do we do it? And then, of course, 145, repairing and upgrading Parliament's infrastructure. This is crucial because the impacts dilutes public participation in our work if we can't have our strat plan while we are together. The strategic plan for impactful and legislative practice, I'm just mentioning here that we must emerge from this session, this 2-day session, with a plan, and it should be based on the vision that we just went through. But let's go to the notion of an accountability and oversight ecosystem. And this is about synchronizing to ensure accountability that is not overseeing as if we're standing over, but next to, in collaboration, the executive authority, the deputy minister, and the top management team of the department and the entities. But then also the provincial departments and the municipalities, because infrastructure construction takes place, in fact, at the coalface there. So the goal is transparency. The Public Finance Management Act, the Municipal Finance Management Act, and that's why I mentioned that as sister acts, and the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, they have one thing in common, and that is Section 216 of the Constitution. In the case of municipalities and provinces, Section 214 as well, that speaks to equitable share to ensure equality. But the system of public finance management has to do with expenditure control so that we get value for money. Executive action means money is spent to translate policies into programs and impact that assists people's lives and give them dignity. And so the oversight, accountability, and that ecosystem, 5 layers. There can be more, because each one of the layers can be broken up. But the Office of the Minister receives monthly, quarterly reports, and sometimes, as the Minister requires, reports on specific matters across the sector. DPWI and PMTE, because that's stated there, does not mean ESA is not there and IDT is not there. Agrima SA, CIDP and CBE is not there. They are all there. In fact, in the case of CBE, the built environment professional councils form part of this first layer, that the Office of the Minister does oversight over all of them and must have a view of what's going on a monthly and a quarterly basis in that massive sector, including MECs and what they say to the minister at MinMex. So it's a broad sphere, and that's why I used the word horror yesterday, is because it is a government, it's a multi-level government that we have. The negotiated settlement gave us and also why I went to Section 1 of the Constitution. It gave us a republic that is both a unified republic, but it's also got federal elements to it, decentralized elements to it, and the horror stems from that. How do you keep, as a minister, oversight over that massive sector? The second layer is, and I put the GRC here only, because I feel that the GRC is a critical component similar to SCOPA. It does a similar type of thing. It works with, it has the potential to work with the internal audit and to assist audit action plans to come to fruition. It establishes an ethos of stapling, copying, using a laptop with efficiency and clean governance in mind. Expenditure control all the time for the sake of the people. The AG is the third layer, and now you can see how GRC would link to the office of the minister. By the time the AG comes, all stuff is ready for the AG. The AG is guided through what it is we did in our records over quarters and the annual year, month by month, of course. And then the portfolio committee, only then the portfolio committee comes in. And for the committee, your horror is, how do you get access to the information that the minister and the second layer and the third layer generates? How do you access that information? If we do not have a close relationship, if we are not part of one another in that collaborative spirit, then we are there's going to be a gap, and it's not going to work. It has to be that this layer, the layeredness must not be emphasized. The unified and collaborative accountability must be emphasized. And of course, the fifth one, the media, local communities, universities, businesses, etc. This general public, by the way, all of us are this general public. All of us are local communities. All of us read and use the media, the AI that we use, the universities that we study at and teach at, the businesses that we are clients of, the NGOs that we may run, or the NGOs that we participate in, think tanks, etc., policy-making bodies, etc. And so we are one across the 5 layers. I always say every person is part of a municipality, and therefore we are at the coalface, no matter who we are, whether we are the president or whether we are the homeless. We are part of the local community and the municipality. Now, here's strategic questions that we throw out to the members. How do you collaborate and cooperate with each layer above? How does the law enable oversight layers to know of the vulnerabilities of every sector that we had there? Not every layer, but every part of the sector that the executive authority must do oversight over. If we expect the executive authority to do oversight over that first layer, that is already so difficult, can you imagine how difficult it is for us to answer these questions? If we do it on our own, it's going to be tough. If we do it together, it's easier. Because parts of the layers know stuff that we don't know. And we know things that the other layers do not know. And if we feed one another, it works. Three strategic questions. I call it B1, B2, B3, because it's about how do you enable layers. So these 3 strategic questions has to do with how do we enable layers to know vulnerabilities in the department. It is one can the executive officer, my apologies, the executive authority, minister and deputy minister, and their staff, by the way, are those staff capacitated enough to deal with that sector and support that minister? Or does the minister lean too much on the DG and the DDGs to such a degree that they are part of the policy making rather than part of the program administration? And is it then that one or two DDGs does a major part of the DG's work because the DG is too busy as the advisor of the minister? It's questions like this that I think it's not a question inside the minister and the DG's office only. It's a question inside the whole layer of the oversight ecosystem. And then two, if the EA has that ability to identify vulnerabilities in branches of the department and the entities, if that is the case, how do you as a committee access that information? Because by the time it is in a PowerPoint, it has already been processed. You may not get to the gist of it. You may get to the gist of it when a journalist exposes, quote unquote, expose, by the way, something. And then you're in a situation that you have to believe what the journalists say. So the journalist is then doing your oversight for you. There's nothing wrong with that. But should you not know about these things earlier? And that is not the EA's fault only. It is our fault because we are not asking these questions before the time. I'm going to say this now. This strategic plan is obviously very late. This strategic plan has to take place earlier. And it shouldn't be online. It should be physical, so that we can actually see the layers. The AG should have been here as well. All the layers should have been present. And so that you cannot sit under the tree having a discussion in a traditional manner of managing a community, and parts of the chieftainship is not there. All of them should be there and should be properly capacitated. And then once you are able to do that, once you get the information, what do you do with it? And so what you do is number 4. These are the mechanisms, the actions that we have as options. And you are guided by the Constitution. You're guided by the rules of Parliament and the joint rules of Parliament. I always say that you are also guided by the provincial rules of those legislatures. There's a reason why political parties graduate members from council, provincial legislatures to the National Assembly. So you know all those things as you grow up as as you mature as a public representative. And those acts that we have here, of Public Finance Management Act, I'm leaving the MFMA out of this one here, GIAMA, the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act, and the Intergovernmental Financial Relations Act. These are the terms. I'm not going to go through all of them. They are familiar to all of us. Now, the mechanisms you have as a member is your constituency office. Remember, it is funded by Parliament. Therefore, that money that's used there should generate information to inform the work in the committees. The stuff that comes from there might relate to a wide range of things. But it's not just social development issues, SASSA issues. How is that SASSA office maintained? That's a public works issue. And so it's things like that that members need to bring to the agenda. Questions for oral reply and written reply. What actions do you take after you got your replies? Do you accept the reply and leave it, file it? Now it's done. The minister answered. It is not so that there is. Look, there is a hierarchy. Minister is higher than the chairperson of the committee. However, when we speak to one another, there is no hierarchy. We are human beings. We are colleagues of the same accountability mechanism. And that's how we must speak to one another. And so when a question is asked and it is answered, and you see that the answer is actually not answering your question, as a member, you should respectfully and in a very dignified way say that your question has not been answered and guide the minister and his staff to answer that question. We can't always understand one another. Sometimes we have to ask the question more than once in a different way. And written reply questions, by the way, is very useful to push a particular position and strategy, and members need to make use of that. Then there's meetings. So we have questions. We've got constituency officers we use to act and to ensure impact. We've got questions for oral and written reply, and we've got portfolio committee meetings. Remember, constituency officers are also officers where you as a member guide the people to petition Parliament, and petitioners can say, we want that committee to look at it. Speaker can decide not for that committee, but Speaker will decide where it goes. It's a reason, I'm just going back to 4.1 for a very good reason here, because we've been inundated with letters where the public is requesting us to act on certain things. As a committee and as a MANCO, you cannot, unless the Speaker's office has processed these things. And so there's an education that we as members need to undertake of our communities. I say we because as somebody who is also a local community member, this is what we need to do. If you are capacitated in a particular way, you need to know how to assist and how to get people to petition. Petitions must be processed properly. It cannot just be a letter to the chairperson and to the secretary and then expect that it is part of the agenda. I'm busy wrapping up. The committee meetings are well known. I think we need to speak a lot more about how we know what we know. And how do you know that you know? These are questions that people very often laugh about, but they are critical stuff, because those questions guide you to innovatively tease out whether you are answered or not, and why you've been answered in a particular way. Turning that information into knowing is important, and using methods to tease things through, looking at trends across, but also vertically and triangulating to then engage the executive authority and officials. As I say there, we often engage the officials thoroughly, but we don't always engage the ministers thoroughly because the ministers are not always available for the French terre-à-terre, which is I say, you respond, and I respond, and then you can respond again. But this thing about one type of response, and that's the only answer, is the death of democracy and accountability. That death of democracy and accountability is serious because it dilutes Section 1 of the Constitution that I referred to yesterday. The coalface is important. There are 6 that I have here. There may be more. It's the 11 regional offices. And coalface here is really, think of the rubber hitting the tar. And that is, if that rubber spins and the smoke comes out, think of the committee inside in that frictive and friction area. That's our work. That's where we ensure impact when we visit these places from 1 to 6. The coalface, what do we do there? We seek information, We turn that into knowledge for site visits. So before we get there, we have information and we turn it into knowledge so that we can ask knowledgeable questions and get knowledgeable answers that assist towards impact. Construction projects. And that means if you go to a construction project, you should know the technical language that project managers and constructors use. Otherwise, you cannot. The issue of main and subcontracting. We as a committee was privileged to go through how contractors subcontract and subcontract when we engage the School of Construction Economics and Management of WITS. And that professor was excellent in what he gave us. And I think members need to go back to that little booklet of theirs with all the PowerPoint slides in as preparation for this. I'm going to skip most of that so that I can wrap up, complete. The Public Finance Management System of South Africa contains early warning systems to identify and address vulnerabilities and risks. The GRC branch, my apologies if Mr. Mahlangu is around, and the DG also. My apologies to always raise the two of you, but you have a very important branch that was brought to life in this department. When it was brought to life, I was celebrating because it is the type of thing that is needed, a structure, a mechanism across all departments, and it must be alive with many tentacles, well capacitated, and it must really infuse government. It is a change maker in government departments and entities, and the law allows for that. That's about the character, and then financial management and performance management, and the in-year reporting chain. And we're going back now to what the minister is reported to populate the annual financial statement and the annual reports. My apologies. And then, of course, we are familiar with quarterly performance reports using the KPIs and the KPIs as robots that signal, genuinely can signal weaknesses and sluggish performance towards impact. That 5 is the evaluation of performance. And then the executive authority, I spoke about relationship, I spoke about MINMEX. I think I am completed. I think I went quite a bit over time. My apologies to you, facilitator Muzi, and to the members, but this is critical stuff. There is a lot to be done still. There's a lot to be desired from us, and I hope this assisted members in some way and ourselves as a collective in some way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Shahib. Thank you for that insightful and good presentation that you've just given us. We now at exactly 9:53. I would like to give an opportunity maybe to members, maybe to engage to with the presentation that Shahib has just given us. If they've got any comments to make, maybe for a few minutes, and maybe we can have an early morning tea break after that engagement or comments that will be coming from members or maybe stakeholders if they would like to have an input. The department, because I know they are on the platform, if they have got any comments to make. And then we can have a morning tea break, an early one. Over to you, members. If there are any comments that will be coming from yourself with a presentation that has been done by Shahib on the role of the Portfolio Commission.
Muzi, there is a suggestion that we take the next presentation and then after that engage.
And after that engage. Okay. Thank you very much, Shahib, for that.
I'm not so sure whether members are agreeing to that, because I believe what Shaib has just presented, it's actually what members must engage on. It gave us a clear indication and more deep understanding of what we are expected to do by the voters and even by Parliament. I think we were supposed to get more details. One, the critical part that we don't normally talk about is the constituency role, which Shaib has just touched on it, how it links with the portfolio. Two, the relationship between us and the department and its entities. Not what I've just said even yesterday, our role is not to work like we are policing each other or we must disrespect, but it's to work together and find ways of servicing our citizens. So I thought this presentation must just not go in vain, but if members feels that they'll still engage thoroughly without disturbance, if we take the next presentation, it's fine. But on my side, I felt like this is a presentation that we needed to engage, and will want to invite even the department, in particular led by the DG and the Office of the Minister, to get an understanding even that sometimes when we'll be engaging with them, they must not take it as if it's something of a disrespect, but it's something that we need to come up together and try to find a proper way. So it's my input on that basis, and I want to implore all members and stakeholders who are in the platform. This is not just for us, but it's for all of us to engage and find a better way of playing our oversight and servicing the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for those for those comments and the guidance that you're providing. May I then open up the floor and allow members and our stakeholders and the department maybe to engage on that presentation, make comments, inputs, or maybe there are questions that you would like to ask. Are there any hands?
Maybe let me start.
Okay, yes, you can go ahead, Honorable Mtakani.
I'm not honorable, I'm just an official. But anyway, thank you for elevating my position to that of the honorable members. I
Thank
think
you,
it's
PG.
temporary for this strategy session.
Thank you, PG.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the presentation, let's welcome it. It's well received. I think the advisor is really hitting the points and is actually assisting us quite a lot in terms of really engaging us on a number of issues that we ought to appreciate when we deal with each other, and also when we deal with this information that we are entrusted to by the public at large. Maybe on my side, I just want to say that indeed, I think we are one unit. We should work towards achieving the same thing, which I believe that can help us a great deal. And I like the fact that when the advisor was indicating the do's and don'ts, I think these things are already things that are happening where you find that there is a level of respect that we pick up when we engage each other. And then I want to also emphasize the point that the chair is raising, to say when the members are raising issues, it's not like they are fighting with anyone. In most cases, it's about really getting to the depth and understanding, because in some instances you find that officials are experts. They get to be too technical that they can't actually explain it in an easier way that members can really engage in a way that is positive. So I think I like that. And maybe it's something that can be encouraged. Maybe from my side is to really indicate that our commitment, chairperson particularly, and the members of the portfolio committee, including our stakeholders and our entities here in the platform, is to emphasize that the main thing that we need to engage much stronger on as a department is to ensure that where there is a recommendations that the committee have made to us as a department in whatever form, it has to follow a particular route that is plausible. In this case, I mean that there must be a quality in the manner in which we respond to the questions that are raised by the members of parliament, so that that can actually ensure that we have gone deep to appreciate the question and also giving the answer. That is also going to help the public out there, because what we are answering necessarily, we are not necessarily answering a member that would have raised the question. You are answering the questions that the public out there might be having. So I think it is very important that the quality of information that we give to the committee is at the highest level. And then secondly, the accuracy, which is very much linked to quality. But when I say accuracy, I deeply mean that the information that we give to the committee must be proper, factual, and we can't actually give them wrong information when it comes to things like timelines, when we're going to do certain things, and what have you. So those are very, very critical. I think also the other issue is the timely submission of responses. You know, when the portfolio committee wants a response within 7 days or 15 days, or 7 days or 14 days, I think the department ought to do that. I believe from this strategic session, I would really be very happy, part of the recommendations, to emphasize this issue of timely responding, because in most cases, I know the committee tends to be very much lenient in some instances, which then might create, if you like, a wrong behavior from the side of us as officials, to think that now that the chair accepts the report that is late, then we think we can get away with murder. I think if we can then appreciate those things, I believe at a personal level, what the content advisor has just presented will make everybody's job much easier, and that of the executive authority much easier, and all of us, including those who are actually looking at us, who have entrusted us with this particular work that you are doing on behalf of South Africans. Thank you very much, facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Thank you for those pertinent points that you've just made. Much appreciated. May I also, the floor is still open for members to engage. I don't see any hands.
There are hands on the platform. We've got Honorable Zelanga, Honorable Madigizela, and Mr. Mtombeni from the department.
Okay, yeah. In that particular order, if I may take, Honorable Zelanga first, and Honorable Madigizela, and Mr. Mtombeni.
No, thank you so much, facilitator. It's unfortunate that you can't see my video based on where I'm at.
Okay.
But I remain I'm still hands up. Let me greet the chair and apologize to him, and he knows why I'm saying I'm apologizing. There were issues beyond my control. But I think that let me first appreciate this presentation. This presentation is giving a clarity in terms of the responsibilities. The responsibility of the portfolio committee, the responsibility of both the department and the executive authority, which I think there must always be a clear line of distinction on how we perform our responsibility. But it also emphasizes that the responsibility of the portfolio committee is to oversight both the executive and the department. And that on its own is a clear line that shows how we must do our work. I must say that I'm happy because the DG also came clear with a clear understanding of the responsibilities of the department, including this issue that says that the questioning is not only about the questioning in the committee, it's also about the the people of South Africa to know what is happening in terms of providing responses. What I think we'll have to, Chair, to look at, having clarified those responsibilities, is then how do we continue doing our work, including giving this rigorous oversight by making sure that we even track the decisions that we take on portfolio committees so that our team can do follow-up in terms of what has been resolved, what was discussed, and what was the task at hand in terms of the implementation of those tasks moving forward. Otherwise, let me appreciate such, that's my contribution. It's not a question, it's more of a comment and clarifying a few things that I appreciate. I hope that now at least this has been clarified by the presenter. Everybody knows what is supposed to be done. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and facilitator.
Thank you, Honorable Jelanga. May I take you, Honorable Matekizela?
Thank you very much, facilitator. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues, DG and the department. Let me also appreciate the presentation from our content advisor. It asks some very, very important questions about our work as the committee that must play an oversight role to the department and the minister. For me, just 2 points. The first point that I want to make is that our oversight can only be effective if the issues that we raise as representatives of South Africans receive the attention in a form of consequence management. There are a number of issues that have been discussed by this particular portfolio committee. I'm aware, even though I'm a new member. There are a number of exposés in terms of the wrongdoing, for example. I'll make an example with the Telkom Tower. And the issue of consequence management for me, which must be an outcome of that oversight by the portfolio committee, is something that is always a concern for me. Because you find a situation where the people who are responsible for the decisions that have resulted in the situation that we see in Telkom Tower, for example, are just getting, a slap in the wrist. And that make our oversight as a committee, seem less effective, if I may put it that way. So while we have a number of mechanisms, we ask questions to the minister, whether for written or oral reply, and of course we make site visits to see for ourselves what is happening. And one is hoping that out of those questions and out of the oversight visits that we do as the committee members, one is hoping to see that there's consequence management and there are changes in the manner in which things are done. But honestly, I don't get a sense that the people who are responsible for these wrong decisions are really taken to task as they should. And lastly, from my side, I think it's important, and I'm happy Chairperson spoke about this, the importance of having this relationship between the committee and the department officials, senior officials like the Director General. Because it is true that we are all on the same side here. We are just playing our roles in different capacities. Because we want to see South Africa working. And with this department being, a key driver of infrastructure development, it's going to be very, very important that there's a relationship between the committee and the senior officials And when we interrogate, officials, when we have, sessions with them, it must be done in that spirit. Not in a way, and of course, we have different styles of engaging, but sometimes I cringe because some of us do these things as if our intention is to, embarrass and humiliate instead of probing and get the answers so that South Africans can really understand what is the taxpayer is doing. And I think that mutual respect is important, as Chairperson said. Robust engagements, obviously, as a portfolio committee, but really it is important to do this with the mutual respect and with an understanding that these things are not personal, but we are doing them on behalf of South Africans that we represent. And it's going to be important, really, to have that understanding, because sometimes the manner in which we do things becomes counterproductive. These issues become about us as individuals and our egos instead of really doing them on behalf of the people that we represent. Thank you very much. That is my submission.
Thank you so much, facilitator, and good morning to Chair and honorable members and the DG. Sorry, I can't show the video because of the area where I am. I'm at the Nedlake Summit, and so I had to participate in the two sessions. But I have a few points to make, facilitator. I just want to welcome the presentation done by the content advisor. But my comment will be aligned to the issues of strengthening the oversight and the relationship between the committee or the legislature and the department. We are the back office of the department in terms of supporting on the issues of parliamentary work. What we want to indicate is that we need to indicate to members to say we're at a state where our sector, particularly the relationship between the national department and provincial public works department, is so dynamic and active because the space where we are. So we need to take opportunity of that. This is what it was mentioned in the report, to strengthen the oversight mechanism. I want to indicate one thing. When we're dealing with parliamentary questions and petitions that are coming our way, in most instances, these are the questions and petitions that are coming from community members and the constituencies where members are involved. And you'll find that in most instances, our communities, they don't differentiate between the spheres of government, whether this matter which they're raising, it's for the national department or provincial. They just put it to public works. And then the back offices and support staff were able to gauge as when the questions are coming and the petitions. We have a very dynamic relationship with our provinces. And we know that in terms of procedures of parliament, there are timelines in which we need to respond to all these issues. So because of that dynamic relationship which we have as a sector, we're able to respond efficiently, and even at our end, having to ensure that the response that we're getting are sort of, a quality control by the political principals, particularly in the provinces where we're able to ensure that the HOD and the MEC, they're able to sign off on those responses, which our minister and the DG will be able to table in parliament. I wanted to put that point across to say there are a lot of dynamic relationship which is happening back office to strengthen that accountability ecosystem. And it's a similar approach when the questions are relating to entities which are under the department, who are able to interface and ensure that our board chairs are also involved, because whatever product we need to put in parliament, it must be for quality and there must be accountability about it. So I wanted to put that, and just to assure members to say there are a lot of things in terms of us trying to sort of, strengthen our coordination approaches, particularly with other partners. And even at the municipal level, we do have a dynamic relationship where, particularly as an IGR of the department, we're able to sort of intervene in the dispute which involve municipalities, where we find ourselves having to sit in certain councils ourselves and sponsor items, so that issues which are relating to the department are easily resolved by municipality with the right structures, working with the Office of Executive Mayors and also the Speaker's Office and so forth. We put it at that level so that we be able to respond appropriately, particularly to the committee with the decent information, where accountability will always be maintained. In other words, I want to thank the presentation done by the content advisor. Thank you so much. I really appreciate facilitator.
Thank you, Mr. Mtombeni, for those comments, and thank you to the members. Members, we still have a bit of time. We can still engage if there's an appetite from members to still engage the presentation. If there are more comments that they would like to make, or maybe even Mr. Shaib, if you have any comments that you would like to input on the comments that the members have made, yeah, the floor is still open if members, yeah. I don't see any hands.
Mozi, can I just say that
yes,
we must appreciate the spirit of collaboration and the understanding and the maturity that we've had, even in the past, from the team, the DG and the team. From my side, my interpretation is that this team, and let's be honest, I've worked with some of them when I was in the minister's office many years ago. I learned from this team, and so they form parts of the ladder that one has walked to be able to assist the committee. Now, the question is not this team. The question is, there is possibly a need to look at executive authorities and their offices. This is not the first time that it has been raised. This is a question for policy making at a higher level, but because we are in Parliament doesn't mean we can't raise these things. We are in a better position to raise it than the administration in the department and in the entities. But remember what I tried to say earlier on was the DG is not going to say, and this happens to municipal managers as well, and it happens to Section 56, the directorship in the municipalities, but it also happens in provincial legislatures, and then it also happens in Parliament. Politicians have the power that the voters gave them. And sometimes that power is used in such a way to beef up where there are weaknesses. I'm raising this because ministers, the offices of ministers, are diluted. They are not capacitated well enough to manage their load. It is not easy. And yes, the DG is there and the DG's team is there, but there needs to be a look at the demand on the top management to assist the minister's office, and whether that takes them away from, or whether it's strengthening. If it's strengthening their work, then it's fine. My problem is just that a closer look needs to be given to what is required in ministers' offices if we want, in this developing context, succeed in with transformation. There's a lot to be said for development plans, national development plan, provincial development plans, and the integrated development plans of municipalities. But let's be honest, it does not cohere. Think of environmental management, the National Environmental Management Act and SPLUMA, and whether they speak to one another, and whether the actions when it comes to construction, project management, having to construct something, mega project or whatever. As somebody said yesterday, you start with your plan and you realize that the particular piece of land that the client department wanted you to construct on does not belong to government. So there's a reason why that gap, that weakness exists. Collaboration and collaborative spirit and having a dignified manner of engaging one another is one thing, but the robustness that is required on each of our actions, including how certain officers are capacitated or not capacitated. We need to be honest about these things so that we can list them and say, these are the gaps, let's address them. There is a need for all executive authorities in every sphere to have more capacity in the offices. And that includes the chairpersons of committees for that matter. They're not executive authorities in the same way, but for them to do oversight, there is no legal advisor per committee. There's one content advisor. Is that content advisor qualified enough to speak about construction project management? Is the researcher qualified for this area? These are questions that we do not ask, and we do not ask the questions of whether our sister committees in the provincial legislatures have the same capacities. And we know those weaknesses, yet we come up with very intricate plans, well drafted, but also very good laws. Are they implementable if you do not have the capacity to do so? We must be honest as a country more than what we are congratulatory to ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Shahib, for those comments and the inputs that you've just made. Yeah.
Can I come in?
Yes, Chair. Actually, I wanted to request your input, your final comments.
Yeah, I'm happy though. Even other members did not make a comment, but I'm happy for those comments, and also with the fact that the department has made some input. Why did I say let's engage in that in this manner? I want to be very specific because we've got a number of scenarios that happened in the portfolio. You know, there was a day when I said specifically to the DG, you are an advisor to the minister, not in a way of a title that he was employed for, but according to my experience that I normally refer to as an office bearer or a politician. You get technocrats, professionals in the department who does not come in and go like ourselves. But we believe in a form, in a municipality, in a form of an MM, in the department, in a form of a DG and the DDGs. You have been there, you know better than us as politicians. You are the best ones to advise, even though in the office of the minister, there's an advisor. But because you know you have been in the system and you know the background of a particular item that we are discussing, where does it come from? Where does it is the prerogative of the minister or myself as a chairperson to take an advice or not. As Tribe is saying, there's no capacity within ourselves, and it must start with us and them to make a self-intro if we really want to give the best service that we are supposed to do as being given mandate by the citizens. So I really wanted to bring this on board to say, you know, there are things that I'll think they are right. When I read legislation, I think it's correct. You might find I'm not interpreting it well, but I want to employ all of technocrats in the department, you have a role to also advise us, not in a bad way, but the minute we see there's a loophole, whether there's a professional advisor, you have a role, DG in particular, to advise the minister. You might not even tell us to say, I advise, you did not take it, but I'm just employing you. You also have a role to also advise myself as the chairperson's officer. No, how you are handling this matter is not in that particular manner. That's why I've said we need to detach ourselves as individuals and our role. The minute you start to feel like you have been offended, you'll never do your work in a proper way. So in this presentation has just given me an insight, and with the fact that some of the things we are taking them as politicians, I always make this remark in the portfolio with the observation that I see and call upon members to say, when we are in a portfolio, we are not in a political space where we play politics. Yes, we are there being deployed by our different parties. But when we are in a portfolio, we play oversight. We want to make sure what we've promised citizens when we're campaigning for our different parties, this is what we're going to deliver. We can't do it alone, especially even now on the GNU. We must do it together. But what I observe amongst members, I observe, an element of defense mechanism per party. And sometimes when we question or other members question, the other one feels like because you don't belong to that party, the same party with the executive, I must defend. You get that element as a chair, but unfortunately for that time, I can't say it. I'll just have to keep quiet and try to direct a meeting. But I want to say to members, this is an opportunity, and this is where you need to understand how to play your particular role of an oversight, not checking who is who, but wanting the best out of ourselves, all of us, be it the department and the portfolio, as we stand for the parliament. When, with the relationship that has been said and the processes, some of the processes will have to bypass them. There are a number of issues. You have raised the issue of constituency. For example, if in my constituency I get an issue that can be addressed before it could even come as a petition to Parliament or be sent to the portfolio. If we've got a good relationship, I'll call the DG, I'll call the person who's supposed to respond and can resolve that within a second before even not following the proper processes, but for the good service or the good work that we are supposed to do. So in this presentation, I think honorable members and stakeholders, let's take this opportunity and try to redirect and reintrospect ourselves to say, we are here to do what? But then later we'll play our politics in our own space. But let me take this opportunity, facilitator, and not go deeper, but want to raise and express my appreciation, even with the attitude, the level of professionalism that we're getting from our stakeholder. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Members, colleagues, esteemed stakeholders, we are now at 10:28. At almost 10:30. May I propose that we take a 10-minute tea break, leg stretch, and then we come back after 10 minutes, and then we take the next presentation. Is that an agreeable proposal from the on the way to proceed?
It's okay, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Matigizela. Agreed. Okay. Members, may we meet here again at 10:40, just about 10 minutes, leg stretch, grab a cup of coffee, then we come back again, then we get ready for the next presentation. Thank you, members. Thank you, Chair. Let's see each other in 10 minutes. Members, chairperson, members, esteemed stakeholders and colleagues, welcome back. May I check if my colleague Ms. Anez, are you ready for us, ma'am?
Hi, good morning. Yes, I am. I'm just going to speak to the document, so I'll not flight it. It's just a very large document that I will present on key areas, and I've also requested that Shuaib and Nola assist because it is the legacy report of the Portfolio Committee for the 6th administration. Thanks.
Okay. Anez, if I may check, the members do have the copy of the document they can refer to?
They do, but it's very broad notes. So
Okay.
I thought that instead of just bombarding the members with a very, very large document, I'll just speak to it. If they require additional information, it can be made available. It's just I'm speaking across a whole broad level of different documents.
Okay. No. If the members are happy, chairperson is happy, then we can move and go ahead, and I hand over to you and the colleagues to take us through the document and the legacy report.
I think that's the proper approach.
Thank you, Chair, for your guidance.
Thank you, Chair, members, colleagues, and from stakeholders. My name's Inez Stephanie. I'm the researcher for the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure. What I will attempt to do is just to provide a broad overview of information regarding the work that the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure undertook during the 6th administration, which is from 2019 to 2024. Where I will start is to just say that one of the things we need to remember is that following the 2019 elections, the President of the Republic decided that in an effort to strengthen the overarching coordination role and the mandate of the department's mandate was expanded to include the infrastructure coordinating responsibility. So the department had to integrate and accelerate all public infrastructure development, as well as setting a long-term vision for infrastructure delivery across the sector. Hence, in 2019, the department was renamed from the Department of Public Works to include the infrastructure component, and therefore, since then, it was named the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. In terms of this, the departmental's ministerial portfolio then included the following additional functions. Over and above what it was previously responsible for, the department was to assume the coordinating responsibility for all infrastructure development, the transfer of the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission from the Economic Development Department to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and the Infrastructure Delivery Management System, otherwise known as IDMS, which was under the National Treasury, was transferred to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. So the department's assumption of this coordinating oversight role of all public infrastructure and the transfer of the PICC meant that the responsibility of facilitating and coordinating the implementation of the National Infrastructure Plan and harmonizing infrastructure planning and implementation across all spheres of government, state-owned enterprises, public entities, and the social partners to the department. So while the department's mandate was broadened with the incorporation of this infrastructure aspect in 2019, we must realize that it remains unclear to what extent this aspect has been fully brought into the department's function, because we need to actually get a clearer understanding and communication of the coordination and oversight function of the department, which should be better addressed to the committee. As we've just noted from the presentations that were done, for example, yesterday with the DBSA and KUGA, etc., that they have the an ISA, so the Development Bank of Southern Africa, Infrastructure South Africa, where they're indicating that they are responsible for these large overarching mega projects, which in infrastructure projects. So the department, it would assist the committee to actually provide the committee a better understanding of how they actually coordinate better. One of the main objectives, for example, the department's, the Government Immovable Asset Management Act number 19 of 2007 has a few key objectives that is an overarching manner in which the department is supposed to provide a uniform immovable asset management framework to promote accountability and transparency within government, to ensure effective immovable asset management within government. And I think the third aspect, which is to ensure coordination of the use of immovable assets with service delivery objectives, or a national or provincial department, and to the efficient utilization of immovable assets. So part of this is to optimize the cost of service delivery by ensuring that accountability for capital and recurrent works, the acquisition, reuse, disposal of an immovable asset, and the maintenance of existing immovable assets. So when the Government Immovable Asset was the Government Immovable Asset Management Act was introduced, it was argued that it would assist in improving long-term maintenance through effective immovable asset management with assigned accountability and responsibility between client departments and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. I think that this is a key area that members have need to consider, because the department has reported in the past that some client departments do not follow the guidelines of the legislation, particularly as it relates to the user asset management plans, otherwise known as UAMPs. The Government Immovable Asset Management Act, otherwise known as GIAMA, is a key legislation for the department and the property management trading entity to implement its coordinating role. The result from the delay of the planned introduction of the Public Works Bill, for example, in the 6th Parliament, was aimed at strengthening the oversight and management role of the department. So this is one of the key pieces of legislation that was also mentioned yesterday, that over, I think it's now at least 17 years that the Public Works Bill has been in process as white papers and needs to be finalized. So from there, I would like to, since I am mentioning legislation, I need to indicate that one of the key pieces of legislation that the Portfolio Committee dealt with during the legislative legacy period was the processing of submissions of the expropriation bill, which is now an act. One of the key issues that the Portfolio Committee needs to consider now is that, unlike the past, where public submissions from the public was only presented as written submissions, which would then be up to about, let's say, 200 or 300, maybe 500 submissions. The submissions that are now electronic means that a Portfolio Committee can receive hundreds of thousands of submissions. And if I'm not mistaken, with the expropriation bill, the department at the time indicated it received about over 45,000 submissions. And I think in terms of the portfolio committee itself, we received over 700,000, which all had to be processed by the portfolio committee before it could actually go about on public hearings. One of the things that I also need to include is that while the portfolio committee did do oversight physically during this period, it did it during the period of the COVID pandemic. And at that time, very specific measures had to be taken to ensure both the safety of the public and the portfolio committee members as well. So in terms of just, unlike in the past, for example, where thousands of members of the public could actually attend, which did happen in this instance, but due to social distancing, etc., specific measures had to be taken. So we do have stats of members of the public who managed to actually provide their public comments to the committee. So what I'm trying to say is that despite Parliament being affected not only to work in a hybrid manner, it did actually manage to ensure that the requirement of by the constitution of the country that public participation be made possible to the public, that actually was effected. What I would also like to indicate is that in terms of the changes in public submissions on bills now, as I've indicated, the electronic submissions, we, as a portfolio committee, depended also on Parliament's ICT unit. This was an innovative process that was spearheaded by the committee secretary of the committee, as well as the inclusion of the role of the legal services in the processing of these submissions and legislation. One of the areas which the Portfolio Committee on Public Works and Infrastructure has undertaken is joint meetings. These happen specifically during oversight as well as during portfolio committees. Areas that I can mention specifically is when the portfolio committee went on oversight to Beitbridge. This included the Departments of Home Affairs and as well as Defence. And in terms of the small harbours, this included the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. And when the Portfolio Committee visited Robben Island, that should have included at the time the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, because the Robben Island is supposed to have a committee that interacts between between Public Works and Infrastructure as well as Robben Island through this Sports, Arts and Culture Committee. Oversight was also undertaken to the parliamentary villages. This was specifically to ensure the refurbishment of the Acacia Park, as well as the Laboria Park and the other parliamentary village. And these oversights were undertaken during 2020 and 2021 and 2023. So the findings from these oversights to the parliamentary villages also included at the time specific concerns regarding safety and the protocols that are implemented by the SAPS, which is the security is provided by the South African Police Service at the parliamentary villages. So proper coordination needed to be fostered between the needs of members at the parliamentary villages, the 3 parliamentary villages, as well as the what the requirements were in terms of what the SAPs needed from the tenants. These included that there are better coordination in terms of access control, as well as a better maintenance of the security fencing, as well as the better maintenance of the actual immovable assets in the villages. The management of the National Immovable Asset Register is a key, one of the other key oversight aspects that the Portfolio Committee undertook during the legacy period of 2019 to 2024 and currently. The department at the time, for example, had reported to the Portfolio Committee about illegally occupied properties. And the department reported that at the time there was a total of 1,300 properties that were illegally occupied in 9 provinces. And of these provinces being occupied, 313 were identified as squatters, 339 as mud houses, and 648 as private homes or commercial buildings. So part of the Operation Bring Back, as was mentioned yesterday as well, was that the department had initiated this program as one of its initiatives to ensure that illegally occupied buildings could be reclaimed by government, and that the public that might knowingly or unknowingly be occupying these properties illegally would be provided with a grace period to self-report these illegal occupations, so that there would be a manner in which that these properties could be returned to the state and or regularized. So following that, I'm looking now at legislation related to the property management trading entity, which has been the property management trading entity. One of the areas that remains of concern for the Portfolio Committee is its going concern issue. The going concern issue stems from the property management entity requiring or using its overdraft to firstly pay for accommodation charges. However, in many instances, some of the departments that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure assists through the property management entity does not receive full payment. The department has reported that the devolution of budgets that was undertaken between 2006 and 2007 resulted in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure losing control over both the accommodation budget as well as the budget for maintenance. It is suggested that the Portfolio Committee request the National Treasury as well as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as well as the Property Management Trading Entity, to provide a report to the Portfolio Committee on whether it has reviewed the effect of this devolution. Because yesterday the presentation mostly spoke about the devolution of assets, such as the devolution of harbors to Home Affairs and under the Border Management Authority. However, it is suggested that this other form of devolution needs to be reviewed. In terms of the small harbors that the Portfolio Committee did oversight on, I'll just mention these in the Western Cape at the time, which was Saldanha, Acerfontein, Hout Bay, Kalk Bay, and Gordons Bay. The areas that the issues that were noted by the Portfolio Committee included the upgrading of slipways, removal of sunken vessels, upgrading of perimeter fencing, ablutions and storage facilities, substations, lighting, and the refurbishment and maintenance of projects that were undertaken by the department. The maintenance or refurbishment of these key infrastructure was implemented at some of these small harbors in a timely manner, but in other instances there were delays of months or years, which resulted in the deterioration of these assets, thereby sometimes increasing the required funding for the repairs and of the infrastructure from the original modest amount required. The lack of dedicated ring-fenced budgets available from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for the funding of maintenance was cited as one of the key reasons for the deterioration of the quays, jetties, and other buildings at these small harbors. The impact of this deterioration of these key infrastructure may result in the loss of income from tenants, thereby affecting employment opportunities of the surrounding communities. The Department of Forestry and Fisheries, as I indicated, was also one of the key departments that form part of the oversight, and they had highlighted shortages of appropriately skilled personnel, such as harbour masters, dockers, and security personnel. And in some instances, harbour masters were responsible for one or more of these harbours. One of the key issues that did relate to public works and infrastructure in terms of the provision of secure premises for these harbour masters was that reports were received by the Portfolio Committee at the time that some of these harbour masters' safety was at stake, as some of them had actually been assaulted in these harbour master offices. In terms of one of the final areas before I conclude, I must mention that the Expanded Public Works Program is, of course, one of the largest known government-wide programs that the Department of Public Works is responsible for its coordination. And we are now in its 5th iteration, phase 5, but in terms of phase 4, Public Works and Infrastructure had one of the areas that we need to remember is that apart from the infrastructure aspect of the Expanded Public Works Program, or EPWP, it also includes the non-state sector. And in terms of the non-state sector, the Independent Development Trust is one of the implementing agents for the department in terms of this aspect. I will then conclude just in terms of mentioning the 4 entities that report to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which is the Agrima South Africa, which is the entity that certifies innovative construction products. One of them, which is well known, is the Jojo tanks. But one of the areas that the Agrima South Africa launched was the eco-labeling program. So the eco-labeling program is to ensure the building materials and products have verification that the products meet certain criteria related to the environmental impact of the product. This is, of course, one of the key areas that is now of concern, considering the impact of climate change that has been reported over the last few years, and as was experienced in KZN, for example, in terms of the flooding there. And that would also be one of the areas that Public Works has contributed to in terms of the Welly Seasway bridges with the Departments of Transport and Defence. So the other entity reporting to Public Works and Infrastructure is the Council of the Built Environment. A key area of this council, of course, is the protection of the public, as well as to strengthen the built environment professions and the professional councils. In this instance, these are the engineers, the architects, etc. And as members might have already noted, of course, their input regarding, for example, the George building collapse, where they actually were part of doing the investigation and providing a report. The other entity, of course, is the Construction Industry Development Board. This one is responsible for the grading, as was mentioned yesterday as well, of contractors from grade 1 to grade 9. The Portfolio Committee has in the past indicated concerns that the high number of grade 1 contractors at the time was around 90,000 persons, and how the Construction Industry Development Board would actually deal with ensuring that these contractors, in terms of the grading and in terms of the ensuring that they are skilled under the contractor development program, to ensure that when these contractors actually interact with the state or the private sector and receive tenders and go off to actually implement infrastructure projects, that they are actually able to do so, and that these are safe and actual that the infrastructure is safe and that it is actually as required within the building required standards. I did mention the Independent Development Trust, and it is, apart from its assistance with the non-state sector, it is of course known for ensuring the construction of as an implementing agent of social infrastructure, clinics, schools, courts, while Infrastructure South Africa is, of course, as I indicated, responsible for ensuring that mega projects are shovel-ready. Again, in terms of the Independent Development Trust, its going concern issues have been an area that the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure has kept pace of over the legacy period, particularly that it needs to have its legislation reviewed to ensure that it is possibly rescheduled from a Schedule 2A to a Schedule 3. Similarly, with the with the other entities in terms of the built environment, as well as the Construction Industry Development Board, its legislation also needs to be reviewed to ensure that, for example, the Council for the Built Environment has got better authority over the professional councils that report to it, because currently the legislation has allowed them to be on a similar level of authority, which means that the Council for the Built Environment has reported that it sometimes struggles to get cooperation from the professional councils. Agrima South Africa has also indicated, when it reported to the Portfolio Committee, that it needs to have its legislation reviewed so that it can have actual enforcement powers, and maybe to also have it extend its reach beyond just where it is headquartered in Tshwane into the 9 provinces. This was brought about during oversight by the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure, where it found that in certain instances there were construction materials that came into the country that were not certified as fit for purpose for the country's conditions, such as roofing zinc that were found to be ineffective and sometimes also might pose a danger to the public. So this is just a broad overview in terms of the legacy report that spans the period 2019 to 2024. Oh, and of course, one of the areas that I almost forgot is to do with, and Nola might be able to speak perhaps more broadly to that, is the study tour that was undertaken by the Portfolio Committee to Singapore in July 2023, which formed part of the Portfolio Committee's commitment to see to it that it receives more information that might assist it and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure in terms of how immovable assets are managed, safeguarded, and also how they are constructed. I have not mentioned telecom towers and Salvacorp, as these are areas that have, of course, been mentioned prior. but they remain an overarching concern of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure. Thank you. I'm done, Chairperson. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Isa. Any other colleagues from the committees who would like to make comments?
Yeah, I'll come in, Mozi.
Thank you, Nola.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning again to yourself, the facilitator, and the honorable members, as well as the colleagues. Just to add on what Inez has said, she's basically covered broadly the issues that were flagged by the 6th Parliamentary Administration, the Portfolio Committee from the previous Parliament, and how those have basically linked to the legacy report, because in essence, the legacy report is basically a report of the entire work of the committee that was done during that Parliament. Apologies, Chair. So when we look at this, I think one other aspect that Inez has actually forgotten to mention was the issue of oversight visits to small harbours. The committee, having realized that the previous committee in the 5th Parliament had undertaken oversight visits to small harbours that are only in the Western Cape, which were then proclaimed harbours. The committee then undertook to go on an oversight visit in the Eastern Cape to just try and explore if that coastal area, that side, cannot also be put into a process of recognizing those other small harbours. The main focal point of the committee was then, and on that side was the Port St. John's small harbour development, where there was an entire plan to develop that harbour in conjunction with the Eastern Cape government, as well as the LED office in Port St. John's. So this was also not the very first visit of the committee, because the 5th Parliament Portfolio Committee also visited that site, but it seemed as though there was not much work done. There were feasibility studies that were done, but at the point where the 6th Parliamentary Committee went, there seemed to have been some hold put on the process. So perhaps it's one of the things that this committee may also want to look into when it comes to the small harbour development. She's already mentioned telecom towers. I'm not going to dwell much on that one, because already this committee has undertaken a visit to telecom towers, and there are also recommendations to the effect. I think Honorable Madikizela has also highlighted some issues that need to be followed up on that one. The study tour to Singapore, yes, it was part of the strategic plan. Maybe I should also mention that coupled with that, there were a number of things that were listed under capacity building of the members in the strategic plan of the 6th Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, and part of which was the study tour, which was meant to empower the committee as well for its learnings, and that was done in collaboration with the entities, because I remember the part of the delegation was the CEO of the CIDB, the chairperson of the board of the CIDB, as well as the CEO of the CBE and the IDT CEO of the time. So the visit really was looking into the best practice actually in Singapore. The delegation was largely received by the High Commissioner there, who really gave us a brief overview of how the South African government is doing that side, and how the Singaporean government is also having agreements in terms of the construction sector and the built environment. So learnings which were really captured properly on the report and the recommendations thereof. So that was part of the capacity building of members, and which is why then this committee, at the very beginning of the 7th Parliament, went through 2 phases of onboarding. And these were not commissioned by Parliament. It was just out of our own, as a technical team, it was out of our own understanding of the recommendations based on the legacy report from the previous committee, that these are the things that need to be done. So during the very first meeting, when the chairperson was elected, the technical team supporting the committee took the committee through an induction process where we really capacitated and empowered the members in terms of the rules of parliament that are governing committees, and the roles that we as the support structure of the committee play, each and every one of us, in order to support the committee. And part of the presentations was mainly what Shuaib has actually covered today and yesterday during his both presentations, issues that are relating to the PFMA and how the role of the portfolio committee actually is supposed to be executed, and what the mandate in the main of the portfolio committee is, which is mainly to conduct oversight over the executive and to also make sure that the legislation has been passed that is related to the sector that we're overseeing. And then second to that, we had then it was also a flagship project, which we piloted on our own as a committee, where we had a capacity building session in Johannesburg sometime last year. I think it was in October, if I'm not mistaken, where we really roped in the National School of Government that had a course that has been crafted and earmarked specifically for this committee that spoke about the ethics, ethical leadership, as well as the oversight role of each and every member of the committee particularly. And then from the side of the sector, we thought we should then rope in the VETS School of Construction, Economics and Management. That's the issue that Shuaib has also alluded to earlier on, where the members were capacitated really and empowered in terms of the technical side of the sector that the committee is conducting oversight on. So really those two have played a big role in terms of capacitating and empowering the members, because we've also noticed that after those two sessions, members really were practically robust in terms of conducting their work, in terms of also oversighting the department and the executive authority, therefore. There's been some challenges though, while the committee has been doing that. There's issues of I think there's just really in the main, I think the fact that I'm not sure how to put this to be politically correct, but there's been a change in the political space in that there's been a GNU in this term, in the 7th Parliament, which has never been seen before. During the tenure of these 2 or 3 parliaments in the past that we're referring to. So things have just really taken a different shape, which makes things a bit challenging sometimes, especially when it comes to the oversight and accountability. And we've also seen that the legislation is not really forthcoming from the department. We would have expected that at least by this time, there would have been at least 1 or 2 pieces of legislation that have been tabled. As we know that because the committee's role is mainly to process the legislation that has been tabled by the executive. But if there's nothing that's coming from the executive, then that means the committee is also stuck. There's nothing to process from our side. So it's one of the things that I think this committee needs to flag in its strat plan, to focus on and to prioritize. Because I've also noticed that in the engagements that the committee has held since the beginning of this parliament, it's been an issue that has been really being hammered on as one of those important issues that the committee needs to focus on going forward. While we were also processing just to go back to the expropriation bill, we also piloted a project because we got about, if I can still remember, there was about 123,000 electronic submissions that is now via email. This is over and above some submissions that were made during public hearings, in which we crisscrossed all 9 provinces, doing 4 districts per province. And then there were also some submissions that were done orally by different organizations as well as different individuals that were done virtually, because as Inez said, it was also during COVID times. But we thought then we would need to find a better way of dealing with the submissions so that we can also maximize public participation, because it's always been one of the issues. Or if I can take the committee a little bit back, it was not the first time the expropriation bill had been tabled to Parliament. I think it was coming for the third time. The second time it was rejected because there was no adequate public participation conducted by Parliament. So that's why we thought then in the last Parliament, when it came through the third time, we thought we should just make sure that we maximize and we focus mainly on public participation, so that we don't then again become the reason for the bill not to go through for assent by the president. So what we've tried to look into was the issue of further electronic submissions, not by email this time, because what would happen when we get submissions by email? They would need to be manually captured on an Excel spreadsheet by individuals, which meant we needed more workforce from other committees as well, which really also was giving so much, well, it was costing Parliament so much money because we had to get colleagues working overtime. It left room for error, for human error. So it was a lot of things that were going wrong with that process in particular, because some colleagues wouldn't be available because they would be doing what they're appointed to do in the main. So in that, we came up with an option to create an online submission form that would be accessible via WhatsApp. Because we also came to realize that at least even in the most rural of areas, 1 out of 10 people would have a smartphone that would be available, instead of expecting people to be using electronic mail, especially in the deeper rural areas where the network is still a big issue. So we created that form, and I think we opened it up. We piloted it for 2 weeks, right towards the end of the submissions program process. Apologies. So we got about more than 7,000 submissions, and most of which were received right on the eve of the closing date of the deadline. So it proved to us that there's really a need and people want to participate. However, they were not certain of how the process was supposed to go. So we are glad to announce that during our 2-day planning session as the committee section, it was announced that Parliament has taken a resolution in the House, and the executive authority within Parliament, the presiding officers have taken a resolution that Parliament should venture into a process of online submissions. At least after COVID now, we also have AI tools that we could possibly utilize to augment on the process that we have already started. So it's one of those things that we also need to look into. We are also looking into the process of e-petitions. The chairperson was actually complaining the other day that there's a lot of emails that we get every day from individuals of the public that are complaining about one thing or the other, either the IDT or at the department, but work that's really related to this portfolio. So most of which don't come through the Office of the Speaker as petitions. So I think that process of e-petitions will also assist in terms of processing petitions much quicker. We've gone through a process of developing the system. We've done a little bit of training on it, and it's a brilliant piece of work that will allow the member of the public that would have submitted, because initially previously you could only, as a member of the public, you could only submit a petition to Parliament through a member of Parliament. So now it's being opened up to everyone, every member of the civil society, to be able to participate in the work the Parliament is doing and also submit their qualms and everything. So that process then will allow the member to submit the petition and be able to track the progress thereof. So that entire process is just really automated. It's also going to make it easier for us to process petitions, because in the National Assembly in particular, it's unlike the NCOP. Here we process our own petitions. Each and every committee deals with their own issues. Unlike the NCOP, because the NCOP has a petitions committee that looks into petitions of the entire of all the select committees. So really, Facilitator and the Honorable Chair, we are looking forward to implementing all these other strategies, which we think could also be assisting to the portfolio committee within this Parliament. I'll pause it there, Chair. I think I've said more than enough. Yeah, I'll pause it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nola, for those inputs and the comments you've made that emanate from the previous terms, the legacy report, and the advancements that we've made in terms of the decisions that have been made by Parliament, improving public participation for our for the communities out there to be able to engage with the committees and Parliament. Members, I would like to propose that we take about 30 minutes to engage on the presentation that the colleagues have provided. Inez gave us quite an overview of the previous term strategic plan and the legacy report, and my colleague Nola also had inputs. So I would like to propose that we take now 30 minutes so then we can have lunch at 12 o'clock. Maybe I need to take guidance from the chair. Chair, this is what I would like to take guidance from. 30 minutes for engagements now, and then we break for either an hour or 30 minutes from 12 up until 1 or 12:30. And then we get ready to then look at what we need to be doing today, the current strategic plan or priorities. Chair, maybe you can provide your guidance on what I'm proposing. Now we engage for 30 minutes, take break at 12, either for 30 minutes or an hour.
On my side, as you said, when we started, it's Friday today. I'll want to concur with you.
Yes.
To take 30 minutes, it's fine.
Yes.
Then we resume after so that we push the program.
Okay.
I can see Barb's agreeing.
Yes. No, thank you very much, Chair. Colleagues, Chair and members, our esteemed colleagues from the department, I see there's a hand. Maybe we can then engage on the previous term report and the legacy report. Honorable Matigizela, okay, Honorable Chair also. I see also Honorable Bath. I also, okay, in that particular order, if we can engage. The platform is yours. Honorable Matigizela, you can go.
Thank you very much for this very long and comprehensive report. Chair, through you, I think what is going to be important for me, I mean, listening to the legacy report, I think it's going to be important really to zoom in and look at all the outstanding issues, particularly those that were raised by the public, so that we can really look at what was disposed of or what was resolved and what is outstanding. Because there's a tendency, and if I can just make an example of the previous committee that I was in, people raise the same issues in different committees and with no resolutions. You'll find people telling you, when we do an oversight visit, you find people telling you that the fourth administration was here on the same thing, the fifth administration was here on the same thing, and this is the seventh administration, and we're still dealing with the same issue, and yet various committees have been to those areas, but there's still no resolution. I think it's going to be very important for us to really try and avoid that and make sure that there is a continuity, because the fact that this is a seventh administration committee doesn't take away the fact that the outstanding issue that were never resolved by our predecessors, especially from the public, because public see us as one parliament, it's going to be important that we deal with those issues. On the second issue, Chair, I hear what the presenter was saying, the researcher was saying on the issue of the CIDB grade 1 and what was proposed. But I think for me, what we need to really push for, because there's very limited, there are very limited opportunities in an infrastructure department as big as PW and I for grade 1s, because grade 1s are contracts up to 500,000. And I think it's going to be important to really look at the 30% opportunities for the local contractors, which is where grade 1s need to be incubated and empowered. Because the fact of the matter is that the 30% has been abused by the construction mafia, and it is as I said, it's abused and misconstrued as if it's money that must be given to local local contractors. It's really the percentage of work that the big contractors must give to small contractors like your grade 1, so that they can be empowered to grade 2, 3, so that they're in a position to do a direct contract with the department. And I think that that's going to be important for us to really emphasize that and make sure that grade 1s and 2s are empowered and incubated in that space so that they can graduate and become the big contractors. And lastly, Chair, I think perhaps it's going to be important, because when we embark on the study tours again, it's going to be important to understand the lessons learned from the previous ones by the previous committees, and then see how do we then really use those lessons for our own empowerment, if I can put it that way, so that you don't keep on doing the same thing over and over when we embark on oversight. An opportunity for an oversight now is to really add value to this committee, learn something new on how to deal with these complex challenges, and then really look at the documented, information in a situation where there were, study tours or oversight that was done, that can help us to empower ourselves as the new committee members. So, let me stop here, Chair, so that I don't take the time for other people to engage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matekizela. Chair, I see your hand is up.
Allow Bath to come in.
Okay. Honorable Bath.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Muzi. Mine is quite brief. I think the committee has, although we do have 2 new members, the committee has been and deliberated around the 6th administration's legacy report. And I think I do agree with Honorable Madikizela in that we should identify from that report issues that are still outstanding and make sure that we make it a priority for this administration's committee to focus on trying to resolve those. And I think it must be commended, I guess, that Parliament or the staff of Parliament have looked into more innovative ways of receiving objections or inputs using technology, as well as looking into overhauling the petitions system. But yeah, I just think that just from my mind and to maybe help the conversation going forward into what we'll deliberate after lunch is, I think public works is a really big animal, and the saying, you can only eat an elephant one bite at a time. I think it's going to be important for us as a committee to realize that we will not manage to fix everything that is wrong with public works within what is left of this term. But I think we need to come to an agreement as a committee as to what aspects of public works we want to help fix and help guide and help give oversight to. so that we can have the biggest impact through choosing what those items are. And I think just one that stands out for me, and I think it's one that will require a little bit of debate, is that obviously there is a lot of legal or legal what do you call it? Laws and amendments to laws, whether it be Giyama or a public works bill. There's a lot of legislative requirements that are needed to help move public works into the right direction. But again, we also won't be able to deal with all of it in one go. So perhaps, excuse me, I'm getting a lot of WhatsApps from someone. We'll have to also look at prioritizing, what is the most impactful legislation that needs to be overhauled, whether it's Giyama or whether it's the public works bill that we need to drive forward. I think these are things that we're going to have to deliberate on, and I'm just saying up front through the chairperson that I hope that these are sort of the things that we'll be discussing after lunch. Thank you, Muzi.
Thank you, Honorable Path. Chair.
Thank you, facilitator. Maybe one must join colleagues in welcoming the legacy report. That is not for the first time as a committee we receive it. It's just that today it was more detailed, more elaborated. I want to make these recommendations because it can be like it's a question and answer session, but we need to take it up front. Most of our work that we have already done, it was from this legacy report, and we will want to appreciate the support staff being there for us and giving us this guidance, because if it was not for them, we're not going to start even following what has been left by the previous administration. But I want to talk about and congratulate the constituency or the parliamentary village board. As Nola have said, all villages, they've got a village board. But on that one, there's a proposal in my table that I think always when I said we need to work together with the department in the manner that if the DG could sit and also have a session with the minister, whether is it suitable, because any legislation that comes, it must be presented by the executive to us as a portfolio, and whether does it deem fit for us to relook into the legislation of parliamentary village board. There's a few elements or few lines that have been displayed why there must be a change. Firstly is that the village board are chaired by the DG, but board members are members of parliament, which other feels it does not sit well. And on the other hand, there are a number of things, challenges that have been raised to say we need. Yesterday I've said it, I don't know whether it did not get expression from the department in particular to say, what is it that we need to assist you with? Because in most of your roles or your mandate, as you deal with immovable asset, be it buildings and land, there are department or your client department that want to own land where it's your prerogative. There are department where they want to own building where it is your prerogative. Then how do we best assist you? Which legislation must we touch in terms to assist you as a department and us as a portfolio? And we own up and say, this is a work that we're going to work together without disagreeing with your good self, but we must give you support because it's one of our roles. I'm raising this with the fact that we still have to bring an item where we say outstanding legislations that you want to bring to parliament and be discussed. And remember, when it goes to National Assembly in a plenary, it's us from the department, from the portfolio, who must debate positively or negatively. And if we have a spirit of working together, we can change things without even looking at which organization are you coming from. But if we agree with our sober mind as a collective in this portfolio, we can have one voice together with the department and say, this is what we feel, this is what we are saying, it must happen for the sake of the citizens, without scoring political points. So I'm putting it as that members must be aware, and the DG himself, that there is a proposal in my table that has been brought, which we need to discuss it at length, whether is it suitable for us to have amendment or change of a Parliamentary Village Board Act to in the legacy report. You have been, even though it's not a legacy, there are number of portfolios when we were talking about the illegal occupants of our immovable asset. It cuts across, be it your rental houses, be it offices, be it land. We've got illegal occupation. Therefore, as a committee and the department, which is the custodian, what must happen? How do we best resolve and say, this is our resolution and we want to propose to the National Assembly or submit to the National Assembly in terms of amending for us to get more powers? You know, we are in a democracy and people feel if they can grab land for a particular time, 6 months, then after 6 months, automatically you own that. Which law must we look into? How do we have to deal with this particular problem? I think that's the approach that we need to take. And when at the end of today's session, we must know this is what we are going to look at. With the remaining years that we have, we must push to strive and achieve this and that, so that we do away with the obstacles that always reflect back to DPWI. There's a lot of houses, there's a lot of land, there's a lot of buildings that are dilapidated.
No problem, anytime.
As keys. So I wanted us to have that particular approach. We need not to always have an approach that we're saying systemically people were working in this way. Can't we change and have a different approach on our own, as long as it does not become against the law? There was a mention of a joint programs or joint committees, be it going for an oversight and or as a committee. In those joint portfolios, does it really work for us when we join? Or we just go there just because there's a clause that allows us to join? How do we then track the other department? For example, we said we had a joint with DOD. On our side, we have an outstanding item that always tracks the resolution down, and we believe the DG, together with the ministry, they will always give us an appraisal of what we've resolved. They'll always try and meet and make an implementation of what we said it must be done. But the other department, do we have a clause that binds them to say, when us as DPWI, we said DOT, this is what you are supposed to do, Home Affairs in terms of your MPA, how we meet each other? How do we then get to a point where we enforce what we've resolved? Or is just an issue that says you have an option of meeting with them and for a compliance sake? I think we must do away with the issue of doing things just to comply, but we must do things in a way that we can even touch the fruits of what we are deliberating and taking our time and discussing upon. Lastly, on the issue of oversight, normally, it's not my first time. I've been in the last administration. In most portfolios, those who have been in Parliament, there will be a presentation coming from Manco and presenting that there's an oversight. We must go to for example, Mtumusin and Checkbait Bridge. But then this time, I want us to look into things in a different manner that will assist and make an intervention also with the department. In most cases, when you go for an oversight, or what makes you decide to go to Musina, it's because there was a project of fencing that did not go well. You made a washing line, then you want to make media lines to say we value for money and all the stuff. But before, what is it that the department wanted to achieve? What is it as a department you have not yet done, or you are in the pipeline doing, but there are obstacles that needs us to unblock? There's a certain legislation that blocks you, and how do we come about? I think we also need to look into that space, but we can't go for an oversight where the department needs an assistant and we are not aware of. We don't know which side, or we don't know whether ISA or CBE or Agrima SA, there's a challenge where they need assistance because we don't have a proper interaction with them. They can't, we are not aware. So sometimes oversight must be a role that will assist to unblock certain blockages. But because we don't know what is it that we are faced with, or there's no platform, you only wait for us to call you. It's time for APP. No, it's time for a quarterly report. There's no other way where you can even write on your own as an entity, as a department, or invite us to engage separately. You only wait for us to write to you. So I think on the side of an oversight, our support staff, Shrey, Ines, there's a way that you must find a space in talking to these entities or our stakeholders that we work with. How best can we come and do oversight and assist you? It must not be on a question of us wanting to break and have a limelight on the media space, because always when I look into that, since I've arrived in Parliament 2019, in most oversight, it's where you want to you want to belittle each other. Sometimes it does not even bear fruits. So I wanted us to have that approach. That's why I said it's not a question and answer, but I wanted to put proposals, and it must always, as a committee, I want to propose that we must always have a standing item in each and every portfolio, that we need to have a standing item that talks about constituencies. Members of Parliament, all of us, we've got constituency. Maybe we need to also put it as a standing item. What is it that you need assistance from your constituency, so that it can also add value, and we must implement what constituencies are implemented for. Thanks, facilitator.
Thank you, Chair. I'm tempted, maybe if DG is still on the platform. I think there was a comment that Chair made right at the beginning in terms of the cooperation and what assistance that the committee can provide for the department. I know if DG is still on the platform, it's not an issue maybe you've prepared for, but maybe you'd like to make a few comments before we break for lunch.
And I saw even the entities are still here.
Yeah.
Isa,
Oh, yes.
Ayubet is still here.
Oh, yes. Maybe they can make a few comments based on what they've had up until this time, since the beginning of the day, or maybe just focusing on the legacy report that our colleagues have presented. Maybe may I start with the department?
The DG has sent a message to indicate that he's going to be on a flight. He'll connect back at around 13:45 when he lands.
Oh, okay.
Mr.
Masango?
Yes.
Would you like to take a bite? Just a comment. Say, I know it's not an issue that you are prepared to engage. Maybe just a comment on what Chairperson has alluded to in terms of what sort of efforts they can put in place to support the department?
Allow Dr. Hubert to come in. Maybe Lwazi will come later.
Chair? Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry, Chair, you just said? Okay. I see a hand.
Thank you.
Or Dr. Joint, yes, maybe you can come through.
Thank you, and good morning again. Just apologies, I've got the bad flu on me, so my voice is not the way it should be. Let me appreciate the proposal by the Honourable Chair in terms of us indicating where we may need assistance or support from the Parliamentary Committee. I think that's a critical proposal and a critical important point to raise, because there is an issue on the ISA mandate that's going to become a pertinent issue. I will not go into the specifics of it, but it has a potential impact on the mandate of infrastructure, and it comes from another sector. So I will not mention it, but that's a pertinent point where the Parliamentary Committee can definitely assist us, because in terms of the legislation, the infrastructure mandate sits within Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and not within another department. So Chair, I think that is a brilliant proposal from your side. And just a general comment, it's not that ISA is competing with DBSA or Kuga Development Corporation. One must just take note that when they implement projects on behalf of sponsors, they get paid. So they act as an implementing agent. That's not the role that ISA is doing. We do oversight. So if that project is, let's say, a SIP, then we will have oversight of that work. So, but we are not in competition with DBSA or Kuga Development Corporation. So it comes back to the discussion that was raised yesterday, whether we need different organizations or should ISA be the central point of coordination. And to avoid confusion, it is critical for the country that there's a central point of infrastructure coordination and not a myriad of different organizations, each implementing their own standards, their own principles, and their own requirements. I think that's enough for now, but just to inform the Honourable Chair that we will be knocking on your door. Thanks a lot. I do appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you for those prior warnings. And alert to the committee that you will be coming their way with requesting your assistance. The department, any comments? Just 30 seconds before we break for lunch.
Yes, if I may come in, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mahlangu, thanks.
Yes, thank you very much. Just two things. One, echo what Dr. Joint has said on the infrastructure. We normally experience this when we do even provincial planning, especially around infrastructure. You find that there will be discussions around the different implementing agencies, different bodies and different interests with different departments across the spheres of government on infrastructure. And I think the discussion yesterday, when you follow the discussions around the presentation for Kuga, DBSA, and ISA, you see that there's a need for a coherent government plan on infrastructure. And once we have multiple players, it becomes difficult to manage that. And I think that's one of the areas where we can also have maybe the committee through its powers and oversight model can also assist in terms of how do we integrate that into one entry, one exit, and then there's a common sheet of infrastructure that is understood by all. We
always come across this, find out there's in the office of the premier, there's this one, in the certain particular province, there's this one, and then it creates a challenge in terms of that. The second, again, I think is also a request, is that between, especially around ESA and IDT, we've sponsored Treasury, and then the next step is to go to DPSA. The issues of establishing them as an entity. And we once had this meeting with National Treasury to say it cannot be that we go on this journey for 4 or 5 years and nothing happens. But in between, you find that there are other entities that are mushrooming and are approved and are even publicly announced. And when you look at their scope, you find that it's more or less similar to that. And I think it's more of how do we cultivate that appetite from Treasury to also assist in the establishment of these entities, so that across the infrastructure frame, you have one entry, one exit ESA, and then within that ambit, you've got the social infrastructure through ITT as a connector, and then you've got also other role players, but at least we are all speaking from the same infrastructure plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mahlangu, for those comments. Chair, members, we exactly 12:01. May I then propose that we take lunch for 30 minutes and we are back on the platform exactly at 12:30 so we can be ready to receive the next item on the program. Yeah, okay. Maybe, yeah, exactly now. Can we be back at 12:30? Exactly 12:30, then I'll be starting the meeting again, the workshop again. Thank you. Oh, yes. Let's close this. Okay, members, Chair, it's exactly 12:30. May I please check colleagues Nola, Shaib, Inez, are you back?
Hello, yes.
Okay, you're back. Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you, colleagues. I think, Chair. Oh. Chair, corner. Okay, you may just go ahead and start. Thank you, members. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, colleagues and stakeholders that are still on the platform. We now are ready to start with our next item, looking into, I'm actually tempted, Shaib? Shaib, are you on the platform? Okay, cool.
No, I think Shaib requested to be excused for some few minutes. He has some commitment. Okay. Can you take someone else?
Okay, cool. Maybe with Inez?
Yes.
Do you have the diagram that Shahid presented yesterday? I think it's around the theory of change.
I think the person who might have that is Nola, if I'm not mistaken. But I could check. Is this the presentation he did on Parliament?
Yes, on the Parliament strategy. Because now we need to guide the discussion that we're going to have. We have allocated, maybe while we're checking the diagram, we had we have allocated 2 hours from 2 to 4, but it will depend how we progress. We have allocated 2 hours on the program for this particular discussion, and it's all to participate for us to craft and outline priorities for the 7th Parliament, what priorities the committees would, or because the priorities are already there as crafted by Parliament, but what sort of objectives that the committee would like to achieve in this term, with the remaining time on this term. Then I wanted maybe just to flag the diagram because it outlines the priorities of Parliament as they stand. Maybe it will be able to help us to guide our thinking and our discussions, our engagements. If I may request, because we need to take notes on this particular on this particular activity slot. Nola, are you back on the platform, ma'am? Or I would have requested Shahid maybe to assist us with maybe taking notes and crafting the points that the members would be making. Nola?
Muzi, I'm just wondering if there may be some people in the waiting room as well, because I'm just looking at the participants, and from the committee side, I only see our chairperson, Honorable Ngomalo, and Honorable Nkosi.
Okay.
I just don't know. I think we need to make sure everyone's in here.
Indeed.
Otherwise, it's not going to be a fruitful.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I don't know if there's people in the waiting room, but just wanted
Okay.
to bring that to your attention.
Okay. No, it's fine. Can I check on?
I forwarded you the presentation, Muzi.
Okay, cool. I'll have a look at that. Thank you very much. Okay, let me check if members can just give me 30 seconds. Maybe let me check with Nola if she can assist in confirming the attendance of all the members. Nola, can you please double check all the if all the members available to attend? Because we only have a few on the platform now. Oh.
In terms of the members, I think we are fine. There's Gomez and Letlape, Mangosi, myself, but no, in terms of the members, we are fine.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think they were all let in now. There were 4 of us until about 30 seconds ago.
Chair, we've been in the waiting rooms for about 5 minutes now.
Okay. Thank you, members. Thank you, Chair. I think members, we can then continue. Nola, she's going to try and take notes as we go along, making points on the objectives of what we need to be focusing on in this current term, what the committee needs to be focusing on this current term. I wanted to maybe just project the theory of yeah, okay, this is the slide. Let me disabled. Inez, if you can just give me sharing rights, or someone can give me sharing rights.
Okay, we'll do now.
Okay, cool. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, members, as you can see on the screen, what I've projected on the screen. Continue sharing. Yes, yes. Okay, cool. The current priorities of the current seven parliament, of the seven priorities of the seven parliament, as they stand, as they currently stand, it's strengthening of oversight mechanisms, enhance legislative process and public involvement, improve public appointment and processes, and the monitoring of international agreements. Members, if we can then have a discussion guided by these priorities of the seven parliament, what objectives, what challenges would we as a committee would like to focus on that will then culminate to at the end of the day, all what we are raising needs to culminate to a statement that the committee can agree upon and say, this is the legacy that we want to leave behind when this current term ends. Because it on all the issues or the challenges that are existing within the sector or the department is facing, what sort of support and what sort of objective would we want to achieve? And also bearing in mind the statement that Honorable Bath made at the close of the previous session before we break for lunch. That even though we are unable to address all the issues, but we should be able to choose or focus on those objectives that would leave an impact, that would assist us to address the majority of the challenges that are facing the department is facing, and what sort of support do we want to then provide to the department. I would like then at this point in time also to make a note, a disclaimer that members and chair and the stakeholders in its true form, it's much easier and it goes much smoother if a strategy session is made in person, because there are certain tools that you use to document all the issues and the points that the members are making. There's something that psychologically helps you if you raise a point and you see it on paper being projected, and you discuss it and you analyze it, and finally you decide that definitely yes, it needs to go into the strategy as part of something that needs to be achieved by the committee in this term. However, with an online platform, it becomes a bit of a challenge, but we'll try and make do of the process with the tools that we have currently. I've requested Nola maybe just to make notes while we make discussions and see if we can maybe after then project and then see if we can prioritize the objectives, if we still have time, prioritize the objectives that we want to focus on. And also what we need to do is look at what sort of objectives in the short term that we want to achieve, what objectives do you want to then target in the medium term, and what objectives do we say will form part of the long term, the long term within our strategy. Because if you look at the short term, we can focus on before the end of this financial year, what would we say we would like to have achieved before March next year, and what we would have liked to have achieved after, let's say, 12 months starting from now, and what we would have liked to have achieved after at the end of this term when we start drafting the legacy report. What sort of impact we would have loved to, or outcomes we would have loved to have achieved, or impact we would have made in the industry, in the sector. So colleagues, I'm opening up, members, I'm opening up the floor to engage and raise those objectives that we would like to achieve. Focusing on the critical ones, we'll have a discussion and see if we agree on those, and then to form part of the list of objectives that will go into our strategy. Members, chair, and stakeholders, you can comment, you can assist wherever you can. Honorable Path, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, facilitator. Yeah, I think it's not for me to add much more than what I've already mentioned before lunch. But I mean, not even sitting with these presentations in front of me or notes in front of me, and with what I believe is a good way forward, is for us to narrow down our scope and to agree as a committee on what are the key priorities that we want to focus on and that we want to maybe assist the department with having oversight over, so that they can ultimately achieve their goal. And I'll just share from my side personally what I feel, and I might not get it all because, as I mentioned, I'm just speaking off the cuff. I think the one big one for me is this it is PMTE, the Property Management Trading Entity, and just, the history of why it was created, why in 1999 in the white paper it was agreed by cabinet to be established, was for there to become what, you can call it a state property management agency. Like if you had to look at the private sector, you'd call it a growth point properties or a resilient properties or whatever. But the state, the national government, is the biggest owner of property in the country. And the reality is that there are a lot of properties that are being used by government, but there are a lot of properties that are either not utilized, have no value to government, or are underutilized. And I think the whole idea around PMTE is to create an entity that can generate revenue, and that can then use that revenue to invest in what we're seeing challenges with, like backlogs and maintenance, not enough money to build new prisons, new new magistrates courts. I'll just leave it at the national government competencies. So I think for me, a big priority is getting PMTE to that point. And I think the department, as we've seen, is moving in that direction, with the release of state land, with calling, the private sector and other stakeholders to make inputs on properties that have been identified as superfluous to government's needs. And I think that's a starting point, but I think we really need to get the department moving faster in that direction so that we can actually start seeing that revenue being generated through these assets, whether they lease them out, whether they enter into triple Ps, whether they sell them, whatever they decide is best through their standard operating procedures, that we see that being done. I think for me, PMTE is really important for Public Works to meet its mandate, its basic mandate. I think the other really important one for me is the EPWP program. I think Public Works has been made famous because of this program, and I think it's a really great policy that government came up with when it was first started. But obviously, as you go along, you pick up issues and you want to refine it, which is why we're now sort of in the fifth iteration of EPWP. But the committee is very well aware, because we've dealt with this, what changes need to be made, what needs to be fast-tracked, etc. And I think this is a priority that this committee also needs to commit to following through on. And then I also know, and this is my last point, because I think these are the things that really stand out for me, is around the changes in legislation, or the updates in legislation, or the introduction of new legislation. I really think we need to make it a priority that, as a committee, we agree on which policies, sorry, not policies, which laws, which bills, which amendments require refinement, require updating to help the department better, fulfill its mandate. We need to decide what those are, and then really focus as a committee on, within the 4 years we have left, making those changes and supporting those legislative changes. I think for me, I'm just going to keep it short and leave it at that. I think those are, PMTE, EPWP, and legislative reforms. I'm going to ring fence that within the department itself. For now, I'll maybe take a second bite later if there's an opportunity around the entities, because the entities all play important roles as well. But yeah, I think for the sake of time, I'll leave it at that. And if there's a second bite, I'll make contributions on the entity side. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Pat. Thank you for those inputs. Any more from the members? I see another hand. Okay, there are quite a few hands. Honorable Kobe, and I've got iPad. Is it Honorable Matekizela?
Yes, it's me.
Exactly, yes. And Honorable Letape. Yes, in that particular order. Honorable Kobe, Honorable Matekizela, and Honorable Letape, if you can. Yeah. The floor is yours, members.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, and if I could just appreciate the presentations that were made since the morning from Inez, Shuaib, and all other presenters. I think it served well to inform us on the manner in which we engage the issues, the manner in which we engage each other as a portfolio committee and as the department. I think that served to provide a great overview and insight for us. I think I agree with Honorable Bath and the suggestions made. I think from yesterday, what I took from it is that the DG was right to say that when we are interrogating their strategic objectives, we shouldn't take them on as a portfolio committee. And I thought that they had a lot of objectives to them. And what we could do as a portfolio committee, I suppose, is narrow it down so that it helps out and also sorry about that, and also informs us when we are going to do oversight that at least as a portfolio committee, we have 3 or 4 priorities over and above the 10 priorities that the department has. And I think those issues should be the ones that speak mostly to what have tainted the reputation of the department. And I think I've written down 5 things that speak to the overarching theme of public assets for public good. And I think as a portfolio committee, maybe if we focus primarily on, say, we have 5 things. So we have hijacked buildings, maintenance backlog, leases, incomplete projects, and late payments to contractors. These are the issues that have marred this department. These are the issues where contractors come in contact with the department, whereas as a public as the biggest accommodation department, it is unable to house various departments. So these are the issues that are low hanging, where client departments particularly complain about when it comes to the department, which should, I think, inform us in terms of our program and also our oversight. So I think we should as a portfolio committee, focus on hijacked buildings, maintenance backlog, which our client departments complain about, leases, which are the primary reason for not enough generation of revenue, and also some of the issues like telecom towers, which are historic in nature and still haven't been able to be resolved. Incomplete projects as well. This department has a reputation of poor contract management and so on and so forth. And so if we look at incomplete projects and late payments of contractors, where this could then fast track or help the department fast track in terms of their internal processes when it comes to paying contractors and expediting the completion of projects. So I think that maybe we should start there. And I also agree with EPWP, especially in the upcoming local government elections. What we are going to see happen with implementing bodies as we get closer to local government elections is we are going to see an expedited abuse of EPWP. And so we need to keep a close eye on that. And we need the department to tell us on phase 5 where they are in terms of the implementation of EPWP. Do they have those mechanisms that they spoke to us about that ensure that there's objective recruitment processes that aren't biased in any way? How do we track to ensure that we are monitoring that the right people are receiving payments, and it's the people who are working with EPWP and so on and so forth? I think that way, then we can also, as a portfolio committee, start to monitor these issues before they rear their head in the 2026 local government elections. Chair, when it comes to legislative reforms, I think that Honorable Buzz spoke about, I think in the 6th administration, there were already legislative reforms and acts and bills that were brought to Parliament that were quite at an advanced stage, but now they are back in Parliament. So maybe if we can get a report from the department, maybe this if our committee, if they can put this in the resolutions tracker, and maybe we could get an indication from the department where these are, because they were quite at an advanced stage, and we were told at the last sitting that they need tweaking here and there. So I think those are the low-hanging fruits that could assist really in terms of the reforms that the department should be informed by the legislation. I think that is all on my end. And maybe just to reiterate what the chair had said about the manner in which we should be engaging with the department, that it should not be a policing like approach that we should take. I agree wholly, and I think when Shuaib said that perhaps that his session should have taken place much earlier, much earlier in our term, I think this is the perfect time, because the engagements between the department and the portfolio committee at one point were hostile in nature, and I think when we receive such a presentation now at this time, I think it helps to really start to retweak the relations, and not, from the onset where, this tone was set. I think the presentation comes at a great time where the relations between the department and the portfolio committee have really the opportunity to turn around, so that we work together in tandem from the perspective of the portfolio committee and the department, to ensure that the department gives us a lot of issues that they have, that this portfolio committee can expedite and debottleneck, so to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kobe. Can I then hand over to Honorable Matigizela?
Thank you, Mozi, and thank you, colleagues. I think colleagues have touched on a number of things. Some of them I would have also loved to touch on them, but I'm not going to waste time. And for me, I think the objectives of this administration and this committee is to really make sure that the department keep its word in terms of its priority number 4. And for me, I think priority number 4 of the department should be priority number 1, to build a new culture based on excellence and transparency, because there's so much trust deficit in our communities, given the extent of maladministration that is happening in government in general, but particularly in this department. And I think as this committee, I know that there's a spirit of cooperation and working together with the department, but our role primarily is that of being a police. I mean, because we have to play oversight. I think it's the manner in which we do that, perhaps that we are discussing here, but that is our role really, to be to police the department and provide oversight and make sure that really on all the issues that are of public interest, we really keep a sharp eye on those issues and follow them up, and make sure that we hold the department accountable in terms of consequence management in those areas where there's maladministration, and in order to really to restore the public trust. That for me is key as part of this administration, to make sure that this department redeem itself. And the second thing for me that should be really the priority of this portfolio committee in this administration is to make sure that we really put pressure and see the finalization of rebuilding of Parliament. And I think it's something that is very crucial. We've got to make sure that we really, really keep the department on its toes. I know that this is the responsibility now that has been taken over by DBSA, but obviously, as we know, that this department is the custodian of all properties. I think we've got to make sure that there's a very close working relationship between the department and Parliament to make sure that we see the finalization of this. And that is why it's going to be important, colleagues, to make sure that we engage with DBSA from time to time, and keep them, on their toes, and make sure that they keep their word in terms of the deadlines that they've given us. The third thing for me, I think we've got to make sure that while I spoke about the trust deficit, we really make endeavors to rebuild, the trust between us and the communities by being a responsive Parliament through this portfolio committee, following up on all the issues that are raised by the public. And really, the public must see this committee as a vehicle with which they can channel, their issues and have comfort that they'll be addressed. So, as I said earlier, that in terms of the legacy report, it's going to be important for us to really look at the outstanding issues and make sure that we become responsive to those issues as members of this committee. And lastly, for me, is that if you look at, again, the priority number 2 of this department, which is the infrastructure-led growth. And colleagues, I want to emphasize this point, that this growth must also take along with it the empowerment of previously and currently disadvantaged individuals. I made a point yesterday about the restrictions that seem to not just exclude the small and emerging contractors, but some of these requirements, they preclude them. And really, I would want to make sure that they become part of this group. I know that there was a time in South Africa where we had a growing economy, but the jobs were not growing as much as we would have loved. Even though the situation is worse now. But I think it's going to be important, really, that the department becomes central in making sure that the empowerment of those small and emerging contractors really is one of its priorities. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm next.
Yeah. You, Honorable Letapa, yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you. No, thank you so much, Chair. I think I'm really largely covered by my colleagues. I think what they've raised are issues that we speak about daily on how we think that we can improve the lives of our people out there on the side of public works. I think Public Works has now been portrayed as a serious corruption hub. And this is because it deals with a lot of tendering, a lot of contracting, and all of that. And then that opens a gap of trust and efficiency, especially in on the side of government, because we've got a lot of projects that are unfinished. That money has been spent on contractors who have not completed and given us the quality of work that we want. So we simply have not been getting value for money. And we've seen in the years contractors getting away with that. And that made it easy for the next contractor to do the same thing. But we also know that at the center of that has also been political interference, where contractors are forced to direct that money elsewhere to do political party work or campaigns and all of that. And that is why it's going to be important, not just for the committee to do oversight, which is very important, that we really need to strengthen our oversight and be flexible as a committee as well. And when I say flexible, I mean that maybe the committee would need, to some extent, not really be put in a corner of what is approved and what is not approved. At some point, as a committee, would need to go out of what is approved by Parliament with regards to our budgets. You know, there's certain issues that are so urgent that don't need to be planned for. And maybe the committee would need to be as flexible as it can, that as and when we do oversights as members in our own individual capacities, we may need to bring these issues forth to the committee. And we may need to be as flexible as possible to ensure that these issues are not held back and be put somewhere, shoved somewhere, because there's no opening of whatever that needs to happen. And therefore, I think that if we want to erase this bad image that Public Works has, if there's an issue in Umtata and we get a letter, or one of the members get an issue that there's an issue with Public Works with regards to this particular building, hijacked buildings, like Honorable Gobe has said, we've got a lot of those. But we still have a report that says we have a lot of departments that opt to go out of PMTE because they don't have faith in it. And maybe when we speak to Public Works, I've always been advocating that we may need to have joint committees with these sister departments, because PMTE is the heart of Public Works. Leave everything else. And for it to not be able to deliver the quality service that we expected to do, at the center of it is also because there really isn't any commitment and any willingness from other sister departments to give it the financial support that it needs, which is paying for its services. And unfortunately, we really can't expect PMTE to give us the quality and the service that we expect if we are not meeting it halfway by paying what is due to them. So that on the other hand, we're able to say PMTE is failing. And it's not because they are not being paid, it's because they don't have capacity. And at this point, we're unable to say so because I don't think the conversations and the integration of these departments have gotten to a point where Public Works is not left outside of these departments. Every department cries about Public Works. Public Works is failing them and all of that. And we believe it because we see buildings and services not being rendered to them. But what we don't consider also, on the other hand, is if they are meeting their side or their end as departments. And we really need to work into that. Public Works, especially PMTE, has got a serious potential of being a proper landlord, and is not able to do so because I feel like there's only one side of it that is being focused on, and the other side is not being focused on. And there comes a point where you are not able to hold everyone accountable. We only focus on Public Works, and Public Works will also have their own reasons why they are not doing that. So maybe I would propose that in the priorities of the committee, we need to have joint committees with departments that needs to play a role in ensuring that some units of public works do their work, and they do it efficiently, and they do it effectively. And on the issue of EPWP, EPWP is a is a baby of public works, but it has a potential of being a big baby. But in it being a big baby, it's now being used for wrong reasons. And we've got a responsibility of guarding against that. And I know Chair mentioned that sometimes we come into the committee with caps of political parties. Yes, we are deployed by political parties, but I think it's very important, like she has also mentioned, that we ensure that we've got goals. And if we want to achieve them, we need to look at things in a much more neutral way than trying to protect certain things. EPWP needs to be looked into because it affects our people directly. It has a direct impact on citizens, and we would love to see it having more impact and more positive impact in their lives. And maybe we might need to clean it up, and we might need to depoliticize it. It's too politicized to a point where at some point I would even feel that Department of Public Works doesn't really have that much access into it, because once it gets to local government, once it gets to provincial government, it turns out to be something completely different to what we think it is. And we might need to give it more attention.
Honorable Nhlape, are you still?
Oh, shame. It looks like she got cut off because she just left the platform. I think I'm
Oh,
back now.
okay,
Okay. Oh,
okay,
yeah. I
good.
think I'm
Okay.
back. Sorry about that. So, yeah, EPWP, we really need to give it our attention. But we need to be open with one thing. Now that, as opposed to other administrations, the seventh parliament is completely different because it now has a government that consists of different political parties. And it has been dragging public works for some time now, that when certain political parties don't agree, then it affects the committee as well. And this has happened before. We have to really disengage in that. The fact that we've got ministers, deputy ministers, portfolio chairs that are from different political parties should not be one of the reasons why there would be chaos, there would be dissatisfaction in the committee itself. And there's no way that a committee can be harmonious and be happy together and all of that. We are going to have disagreements, and that's okay. And for us to not be agreeing as a as a committee itself, it shows that there is a healthy relationships that is happening in the committee, and that should be really appreciated. I don't think if we don't agree, it means that there won't be progress in the committee. In fact, we must be very worried if we all agree in the committee about one particular area that we want to focus on. I think what we can agree on as a committee is that the priorities that, for instance, Honorable Kobe has raised, we all agree with them. EPWP, hijack buildings, and all of that, PMTE, and maybe we should also start focusing on the legislation that guides our entities. That's another side that we need to look at. We really need to look into our entities and be firm and honest in whether or not they are giving us the satisfaction that we want as units of this department. And if they are not, maybe we should not be too quick to chop out. Maybe we need to really focus into how do we assist them, because in as much as we do oversight and our job is to do oversight on both the executive and the administration. We also have a responsibility of finding ways of ensuring that the department is functional, not only looking at the negative side of it, but how do we as a committee ensure that this department becomes what it has promised its people to be. And that is going to be our responsibility as well. So my suggestion would be that the committee maybe needs to be more flexible, and the chairperson maybe needs to note that we need to be more flexible in ensuring that the issues raised outside of parliament, outside of the committee, gets the attention that it needs to ensure that we don't only become effective in committee meetings, but our people are able to see that they are able to be heard even when they are not present in parliament. They don't need to be in parliament because they've got representatives across the country that can take up their issues. And once their issues are taken up, both the administration and the political side of it are able to ensure that their issues are raised and their issues are attended to. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lehlape. Yeah, you've said a mouthful. I think many of the points, I'm hoping the colleagues are assisting in taking down notes. We don't lose maybe of the pertinent points that you're raising, the priorities or the objectives that the committee needs to focus on. I will then go back to Honorable Matigizela. I see your hand is up again, sir. And also an Honorable Kobe. I see also, I would say, Honorable Nkosi and Honorable Nkize in that particular order.
That was a legacy hand for me.
Legacy hand. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Honorable Kobe.
Thank you so much, Muzi. Okay, Chair, I think one other thing that I think as a portfolio committee, given that this is a strategic session, I think we need to also look into our oversight. And I speak particularly in terms of our oversight, the approach that we need to take when we are doing oversight. I think we've undertaken two oversights, and the inconsistencies in that for me make the oversights look awkward at best. And I don't think that we really derive the value that we need to get from it. When I was listening to Inez's presentation, it was very, very expansive in the issues that it directly pinpointed that I think were a missed opportunity, given that we've been to two oversights, but we still haven't addressed any of those lingering issues. And I think that as a portfolio committee, we need to develop a template or a project flow that speaks to oversight. We picked up a few issues the last time we did oversight, and I think it's time that we come up with an approach that we can hold us as a portfolio committee and the support team accountable to. I'll give an example. The last time we went to Welisizwe Bridges, and when we went to Welisizwe Bridges, I mean, that in terms of priority areas that a lot of the people or the people or the citizens that we must be responsive to, those aren't an issue or a thorny issue or a point of reference with regards to the issues that they have with the department. I felt that the taxpayers' money could have been better used than us going to see Welisizwe Bridges. Over and above that, there should have been a consultation process with, even if it's with the chair, who would then decide, derived from our plan as a portfolio committee to say, from this consultation, we can then identify areas where we must go and do oversight. So I think we must have a project flow that speaks to oversight, the stakeholders that must be there. I mean, in other places, there was zero preparedness. We had taken support staff, and when we get to the places, honorable members, in front of the stakeholders must then also start to sort out the chairs, where they are sitting, how they are sitting. So there was minimal support in that regard. And also I think the maximum utilization of the tools that Parliament gives us, so that we can have maximum visibility, and then we can have maximum participation, even if the participation feels like it's a one way. I mean, we didn't have media to come and see the issues that we were exploring in that region, and I'm not even speaking about external media, but internal media that could really add value to ensure that there's visibility in terms of the work that we're doing. Just down the road, there was another portfolio committee that had all the support. The work was captured not only on our social media platforms, but also was captured in various external media outlets, because there was communication to that effect. So I think we are underutilizing our communications person. The support structures that must inform how effective our oversight must be. So I think as a portfolio committee, I'm just throwing it out to the members. If they feel as though we are where we need to be in terms of oversight, or if we can have a system that guides us as to how to identify the areas, hotspot areas of oversight that the portfolio should undertake. And there are, of course, there are places where the chair has the prerogative, looking at budgetary constraints on who should attend or who should go. Those are in terms of invitations from the department. But I think as a matter of oversight, we need to have a less awkward way of approaching it, and not sort of get sites for oversight identified externally and brought onto us. The portfolio committee must decide as a matter of the priorities that we identify within the strategic meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, Honorable Kobe and Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. Greetings to your good self, the Chair, the officials, and my colleagues present in the platform. Honorable Chair, I think a lot has been said by my colleague. Indeed, we need to to do our oversight efficiently and effectively assisted by our officials. One, I would like to say that if maybe we can, I think the Chair earlier on indicated that when we are here as the portfolio committee members, we are all one. We are not using our political caps to deal with issues in the portfolio, of which that one it's clear, and indeed this committee is working like that. We are together, and we would like to appeal to the officials that they must play what I want to see is to see them playing their proper monitoring facilitator, because as we have indicated previously, that sometimes it's very painful when we do our oversight. You'll go to the municipality or the province whereby you'll be doing an oversight. When you go there, they will tell you that previously you were here and issues are raised for public works, 1, 2, 3 issues, and they were not addressed up until now. So if maybe we can make sure that we, after our monitoring, our oversight, we come back and make sure that we do our proper monitoring ourselves, as to say the issues that has been raised, are they being addressed or what? To avoid that, when we go back, we find that those issues are still there and not attended to, as well as the issue of the projects that are incomplete. The issue of the projects that are incomplete are very much worrying, because we are now going to the elections, if I may say it. You'll find that when you go to do the oversight, you'll find that there are projects that are supposed to be dealt with a long time ago, but you'll find that those projects are still not being attended to. You will find that as well. The other departments, the sister departments, are complaining about our public works that they are not doing justice to them. So it will be much proper for the department that they make sure that they attend some of these things and making sure that they are making a good relationships with other departments, because you'll find that there's a project that was done long time ago, and up until now, it's not yet being completed. And when you ask me, because we are serving in other portfolio committees, you'll find that they'll tell you that no, public works is the public works that is not completing the projects. The issue like Robben Island was raised here, Sarah Parkman. There are a lot of issues that are being complained about, and our department are not completing those projects. We now want to see those things being addressed so that we avoid that every time when we are in a meeting, we are dealing with one and the same issues. It's not looking well. I would love to support as well our chair when she raises the issues of the issues that we are getting from our PCOs, that it must be the issue of the PCOs be put on the agenda as a standard item so that you can be able to deal with the issues. Because in most cases in our PCOs, you'll find that issues that are being raised there are the issues of the national departments. And the national departments are not there. They are dealing there with the local departments. But if you are taking them as the members from the PCO and bring them here, it will be much easier to get the attention so that it can be addressed. I think, Chair, I will pause there. Thank you very much.
Okay, no, thank you. Thank you, Honorable. I've got Honorable Kosi. Okay, Honorable Nkiza.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone on the platform. Chair, I think while this strategic plan does paint a hopeful picture, but the reality still remains that without strong accountability, it risks becoming, like I said yesterday, another glossy document with little impact on our people. As the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we do insist that oversight must be backed by enforceable consequence management. Public participation must reach every rural area and all township communities. I mean, we cannot speak of building member capacity while budgets are shrinking, nor of impactful lawmaking while Parliament continues to play a reactive role to the executive. I think this is the chance where the seventh Parliament must rise above rhetoric and place people at center. They need to ensure that laws respond to real community struggles. Oversight must compel compliance, and resources are and ensure that resources are directed where service delivery is failing. I think this honestly is the opportunity for Parliament to prove that it can serve the people and not the executive. Because honestly, anything less than that would be a betrayal of our mandate as the Umkhonto weSizwe. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkiza. May I take you, Honorable Ngumalo? Honorable Ngumalo.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Hey, my hands are full. I was on the road, so I couldn't participate fully. For the past 2 days, I was on the road. I would like to apologize about that. Yeah, look, the intentions are good. They're very good. But when we have not reached a point whereby we can have an effective monitoring, effective oversight, then everything that we are planning to do will just fall off. Like, for instance, we really need an enhanced member capacity. We need to capacitate our members in order for them to do their work properly. Like my colleague, my previous colleague has just said, that with the shrinking budget that we are all experiencing, really it makes it extremely difficult for us to do the oversight work that we need to do. Like, for instance, in the previous financial year, out of so many projects around the country, we're only able to visit two places. That was the Gauteng and the Eastern Cape. I do not think that is effective oversight. We are doing justice to this process. So I would therefore suggest that maybe when it comes to an issue of enhanced member capacity, we need to be capacitated so that perhaps when we go out there as individuals, we are able to do what needs to be done more effectively, so that we will not wait for a portfolio committee to send us out, or such. Let me put it this way: we are not going to wait for Parliament to send the committee to approve for the trip of the portfolio committee to go out there and do its job, because the country is vast. The projects are too many. We've got 9 provinces, and it's already in the second year of the 7th administration, and we have only covered 2 provinces. And in fact, even those 2 provinces, it's just like a tip of an iceberg, the work that we have done. So really, we need to be capacitated so that we go out there with confidence, knowing very well. Of course, we do know, but somehow you need some training so that you'll be able to do what you need to do perfectly well. Let me hold on there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngumalo. Members, yeah, okay. You've raised quite pertinent points. You've raised the priorities or the objectives that the committee would like to focus on the remainder of this term. Nola, if I may check with you, were you able to capture some of the points, even though not all of them, maybe some of them what the members have raised? If we can just project, if possible.
It's really difficult, Muzi. I don't want to lie to you. It's very, very difficult. See, the challenge with the virtual strat plan is that we don't have the issues that would have been ordinarily put on a flip chart and whatnot. So hence we requested the members to send through their inputs via WhatsApp, because there's information overload and it's difficult to capture at the same time.
Everything at the same time. Okay. No, not a problem, Nola. We'll do our best with the tools that we have in front of us right now. We are recording the session. However, then I would like then maybe just for the discussion to continue, maybe to zone in on some of those areas or the priorities where we have an agreement, and maybe try to emphasize in terms of maybe the priorities in terms of the timelines, which ones of the points that the members feel strongly about, if it can be achieved within this financial year, before the end of the financial year, which of the points that the members have discussed, which of them they feel it can be achieved within 12 months. And there are those that really practically would not be realistic to target them for a medium term or a short term, like the legislative issues, which the processes usually takes long. It might be targeted for a long term before the end of this term. And yeah, there were quite a few issues that also I think Shaib raised in his presentation that he made. I'm trying to look at the notes that I made. I think he noted the access of basic services. Okay, you noted that access to basic services has improved since 1994. Many still need to benefit of, or still need the benefits of this change. Also, core MTS Shahib called for a greater emphasis in healthcare, housing, reduction
I'm sorry, it's a meeting.
and to achieve more inclusive growth. Zuite, Honorable Zuite, bengicela umute baba. Honorable Numalo. Thank you, sir. Okay. I think Shaib also stressed in his presentation the significance of aligning oversight with NDP outcomes and ensuring governance responsiveness through an implementation plan. And he also discussed the importance of building trust through coordinated stakeholder engagements and leveraging partnerships for impactful oversight. I'm trying to pick up on the points that are, he outlined 5 layers, 5-layer accountability and oversight ecosystem that includes the Office of the Minister, the Governance Risk Committee, the Auditor General, the Portfolio Committee, and the general public. He highlighted the challenges of maintaining oversight in a decentralized government structure and stressed the importance of collaboration among these layers of all layers to identify vulnerabilities and improve governance. Importance of effective communication with ministers and the necessity for members to ensure that their questions are adequately answered, and mentioned the significance of understanding technical language in construction projects to facilitate informed discussions. I think those members were some of the points that Shahib made in his earlier presentation. I would still like to, we've spent just about an hour on this engagement. I'm not too sure if members, there are certain areas that they would like to add some emphasis on. So then my committee colleagues will pay attention to and zone in, and maybe on the points that the members have highlighted, maybe there are areas that they feel strongly about, that this is not something, though these are quick wins with something that we can achieve in a shortest period, in a short term. Honorable Bath.
Thank you, facilitator. I think to be fair, I think unless I'm mistaken, every item that's been raised is not something that will be fixed overnight. And so they would all probably take a longer term approach in terms of the work of the portfolio committee and its oversight. But perhaps maybe what one could request is, obviously, I think the department has been listening to what we are highlighting as our focus areas, and I think they're quite well aware of these focus areas because these are issues that we've been engaging with them on for the last year. Perhaps they could maybe give a very brief feedback on what they've picked out as our what's come out now as our priorities. And perhaps they can maybe make a few comments on that. But then I think as a committee, we would need to, I don't know if in this platform, but as a committee, we would probably need to go back to the drawing board to determine, how exactly are we going to engage with the department on the relevant issues in order to get feedback. I'll make an example. With the EPWP, we've requested and we've put it into our activity tracker or our resolutions tracker to say that with the reforms that the department presented us regarding EPWP, can they come back to us every quarter or every 3 months to report on that progress? So that is a mechanism that I can say we've put in place as a committee through the resolutions tracker to keep track of that item or that aspect of our focus. So it's very difficult, I think, to put timelines here now, but those are the sort of mechanisms that we can use. Just to save time, those are my thoughts. Thank you, facilitator.
Thank you very much, Honorable Path. Honorable Numalo.
Yes, I had to come back. I had to come back. Look, On the issue that I've raised, thank you, facilitator, for recognizing me. On the issue that I've raised, you see, the budget that we get from Parliament to do the oversight work, we all know it's very limited. So I was wondering if can the department assist us in funding our activities, our oversight activities, so that perhaps we don't do like 2 oversights for the whole year, but rather if they can perhaps fund us, and so that we can be able to do more than 2 per year, say maybe 4 or 5 oversights. Because remember, this department is such a big department. It's so huge. So we'll be doing injustice to it. Remember, this department also has got too many entities under it. So we really need to get into the bottom of everything. We may not be able to do it in a year's time, but we really need to get to the bottom of everything. So perhaps the department, if it can be able to assist us financially, so that we can be able to cover some of the areas that needs to be covered. I thank you.
Chair? Hello,
Yes,
Chair?
you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
If I can come in?
Yeah, you can come in, Honorable Kobe.
Chair, thank you so much. Chair, I'd like to disagree with the previous view and request. And this is mainly just to protect the integrity of our portfolio committee. We do not want to find, and I suppose there's a reason why there's a separation of powers. The concept of the separation of powers, this is where we then don't find ourselves vulnerable to the department. There's a clear conflict of interest. If the very same body that we are supposed to be playing oversight on, we are then being funded by. We are then going to be dictated to them as to which direction we should go, as to whether, they are pleased with us going to a certain corner or not. This department has a lot of controversial issues, and it would be of our very own best interest that we perform our duties independently, especially financially independently. I think let us not get the separation of powers. Let's not blur the lines. As a portfolio committee, we must be clear, we must be independent, and we are working in tandem with the department, no doubt, so that we assist in debottlenecking the issues that they may raise, and where they may feel that the portfolio committee may play a role in assisting them with. But over and above, we are oversight and we are watching them as to how they perform their duties. So let's not get that one confused. I think, Chair, that is my input. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Chair, I was actually prompted by the reaction or the comment by Umkaj. And I think Honorable Member Kobe has covered me. Look, the principle of separation of powers must be upheld at all times. Our work as an oversight body or a different arm of the state, cannot be funded by a department that we must oversee. So that's the reason why I thought I should also come in, but I think Honorable Kobe has covered me. Because, Chair, 2 days ago, we had this conversation about the responsibility of the Department of Public Works, which is the custodian of all properties. And even the issue of, Department of Public Works funding the operations of Parliament is an issue for me, because I think there are blurring of lines when it comes to the separation of powers. This department should provide accommodation, and the tenants should deal with the operational cost. This department cannot provide accommodation and then also provide operational costs, especially in Parliament, because as I said, we are blurring the lines when it comes to separation of powers. So I thought I should come in and also agree with Honorable Member Gob.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, members.
Chair, my hand is raised.
Okay. Okay. Honorable Matigizela. Honorable Numalo, is it a legacy hand?
Yeah, I'm actually responding to my colleagues. I need to clarify why I'm saying what I've said.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Look, this, I see no way that there's no way that the department can dictate to us simply because they've given us money. I see no way where they can dictate to us as to where we need to go, where we need not to go. We need more capacity here. We need to be capacitated. Parliament is failing to assist us in doing that. And if we approach the department and then they have no right to tell us where to go and where not to go to. We are very clear in our mandate, and we will execute our mandate the way it should be. There is no way. I don't think so. And besides, some departments do assist from time to time their own portfolio committees. So it's not going to be something new that I'm talking about here. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matigizela. Honorable Ngumalo, I see your hand is still up. Okay, you've lowered your hand.
No, that was Honorable Ngumalo that was speaking, not Matigizela. Matigizela spoke before me. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
No.
Awusikhuluma ngokufana yini Mkhathi?
Ngiyasola.
Thank you very much, Honorables. Maybe, Chair, you would like to have some comments on the discussions, the direction of the discussions? Okay. Okay, no, it's fine. Members, we still have a bit of time. We are just 18 minutes before 2 o'clock. We can still continue with this discussion maybe up until 2 o'clock.
If there's nothing to discuss, there's no reason, but they will wait for Chair. So
we'll need the guidance from Chair. However, but I wanted to say in these discussions, we always need to bear in mind that the points that we are raising as the support staff, the responsibility that we will have is to try and take all the points that the members have raised and sort of put them under the guiding priorities of the seventh parliament in if we look at strengthening oversight, if we look at enhancing legislative, maybe we might need to word it differently, but it has to do with enhancing legislative process and public participation or public involvement, and improve public appointment or processes. I'm not so sure if this committee has any focus areas that they can slot in under the improved public appointments and processes and the monitoring of international agreements, because I haven't heard anything around the issue of monitoring of an international agreement. I'm not too sure if the committee has any within its mandate. Is there anything that they can think of under international agreements? Member Kobe.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd just like to pick up from yesterday's engagements when Mr. Mtombeni was giving the presentation. In terms of the international agreements, I think the one that is most pertinent, I think closest to my heart would be the one for Cuba. I think that's the one that I'd like to see, and maybe as a portfolio committee, if we could really have a glance over those agreements to see to do a thorough impact analysis on them and to see if there is any value, I mean, in terms of infrastructure in Cuba vis-a-vis a Singapore. And I think that's where maybe we could start with the current agreements that are there. And maybe those can then, as Mr. Mtombeni said, inform our next study tours that we would take as a portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Member Kobe, for that input. Maybe if the members feel that they've exhausted all the focus areas that they would like the committee to focus on, I think as the support staff or the support colleagues, we would need to clean up all these focus areas, or I would say, or all these objectives that the members or the points the members have raised, and clean them up, because then we need to then allocate them and group them around certain priorities of the seventh Parliament, and saying that this particular point belongs here, and it talks to the legislative process of the committee. It talks to them. It forms part of the legislative mandate of the committee, and also certain points might talk to the oversight responsibilities or the mandate of the committee, and then put them in a document. I would have liked to look on my email, Nola. Yes, I would like to project something if the members can allow me. Just the document, how the document. Okay, cool. Yes, let me maximize this. I would like if my members can allow me just to share something, so then they can just have an appreciation of the work that we are trying to achieve, or the work that we're trying to. What is this document? Members, can you see what I'm projecting right now?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Thank you. Members, the whole objective of this session is to eventually, as the committee support staff, to be able to sit down and come up with, like I was alluding before, then you look at strengthening oversight mechanism. These are just in terms of the seventh Parliament, these are the priorities, but we call them here strategic goals. And also, if you look at enhanced legislative process and public involvement, improve public appointment processes, and the monitoring of international agreements. What then the points that the members have raised, we need to crystallize those points. We need to formulate them in a way that they would make sense to be called a strategic objectives. Because if you look at the examples that that I'm projecting right now, these are just examples. It's not going in. Some of these ones may go in, might survive, but it's not necessary that we put all of them. Enhance the strategic objective for the committees, enhance reporting and recommendations and monitoring of implementation thereof, proper resource allocation, which is commensurate with the set plans and targets, to ensure parliamentary effectiveness, to ensure responsive and accountable government, support the PMT to be a suitable entity. Once we've actually done this, there are technical key performance indicators that we need to come up with. What are the things that we're going to measure to say at the end of the term or the end of a quarter or end of a financial year, we are tracking and saying, yes, we are on target, we are moving towards the objective that we've set for ourselves. There are technical indicators or key performance indicators that we would need to formulate. If I may go down. Oh, yes. There's like for each strategic goal, then you under strategic objective, you write the strategic objectives, then you write a statement which keeps track of the objective that you are measuring. That will give you an indication throughout each financial year. Then you set yourself the targets, and then throughout each financial year, then you look at, am I moving towards achieving the objectives, or am I not, or am I lagging behind? So those are that's the process that the committee colleagues will have to sit down based on the inputs that the members have provided. So hence, I'm still keeping this discussion going on. I was trying to highlight the importance of the process that we are engaging, that there's a bit of a process, or there's a bit of work that actually still needs to go into having a complete strategic plan. Once this has been done, I think there's another document, which is an annual performance plan, but that's another document. However, but this discussion helps us as a support staff then to populate this particular document. Maybe may I take a guidance from Uche and the members, if they are happy with the contributions after I've just explained what the process then would unfold after this session, what exactly the work would actually take place. Are we then happy with the contributions that we've made thus far?
Facilitator, I think there's a hand of Ines.
Hi.
Yes,
Just before
Ines,
you
Stephanie, yes.
just before you conclude, if I just wanted to add two areas. The one in terms of international agreements, as Honorable Kobe said, it's to do with the Cuban built environment professionals, and I think the other one that we might miss out on because it's been moved to international relations, but actually that the Portfolio Committee should receive sight actually of the immovable asset register under international relations, since the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is still responsible, especially in terms of disposal of assets. So I think that's one of the areas that we need to look at. And then the other is I just want to request the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure just to perhaps when they have a chance to provide a report to the Portfolio Committee, because they did indicate that they were moving towards using more digital systems to assist them in terms of oversight, etc., and procurement. But I see that on their website, the department's own website, they have two areas. One is that they say contact us and it opens up. And then the other is quick links, which has these lists of the presidential hotline, anti-corruption and fraud awareness, whistleblowing, Operation Bring Back, Operation Riapatala, for example. And I just wondered if they could indicate if the public actually is accessing these electronic avenues to communicate with the department, and how these electronic systems are being monitored. Are they being monitored? Are reports actually being put together? because that will also give the portfolio committee insight in terms of how, for example, the public communicates in terms of areas that they are concerned about in terms regarding projects, for example, that might not be completed, etc., and how they actually respond to these. Thank you very much. And I think the only final one is related to, again, the property management trading entity, where the department indicated, for example, that across government, initially in 2020, they only received 15 Rand per square meter, and that increased to let's say 24 Rand per square meter. But in reality, they need that to actually be increased quite substantially if it's able to do the maintenance that's required, etc., and to actually ensure that the property management trading entity is viable, because currently it reported that it has a shortfall of approximately between 7 and 8 billion for it to do the work that is required, and that is actually at minimum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anas. Maybe I need to pose a question after we've seen the strategic strategic plan, the templates that we need to populate as the support staff. If there are any comments from members or any inputs that they would like to make over and above the points that they've raised, I know yeah, we might have exhausted all the points that the members, but any comments on the document itself, any inputs, any things maybe you would like the committee support staff to take cognizance of when they draft the document? Okay, I don't see any hands. Okay. Maybe Chair, any comments you would like to make after the members have have provided input?
Thank you, facilitator. You know, we must appreciate and also thank our good self, all of us. It was not as simple as like that, but I'm happy. I agree with how you wrapped it up with the input that was made by members. And one thing that is common to all of us, that it must be a number one priority based on what members have been saying. Madikizele was talking about telecom towers, Litlape, Kobe, almost all of us. It's about the heartbeat of the department, which is the PMTE. Then this strat tells you that we want to make it PMTE as our number one priority. The portfolio on its own will have to focus and make it a point that PMT becomes an entity that was instituted and it must be empowered, becomes a standalone within the department. It seems like all of us were agreeing that it does not have the necessary support. So we are calling upon even the DG. I saw the DG is back in the platform to say, don't get surprised when we'll be calling a lot and when we'll be visiting too much on the issues of immovable asset and how it works. The entire mission and vision of PMTE will be our main mandate of this administration. So I don't want to dwell much. As you've said, you've got a template that you are going to populate and make it a point that you make a document, a proper one, and there was an agreement that within the due date, for it to be a solid complete document, it will be on the 19th. So even members and the stakeholders still have a chance to send written inputs, written recommendation for us to make a proper documentation. I think we have done a good job and want to appreciate. It's unlike the support that we are getting led by the DG. It's unlike them. They had to stop everything for these 2 days and be on the platform. We really want to appreciate all of them and the entity. Thanks, facilitator. You can take it over.
Okay. No, thank you, Chair. Maybe let me give an opportunity to Shahib. Shahib, I know you might be committed right now. I see you connected via yourself. Any comments that you would like to make, and then I can then maybe ask DG to make the final comments, and Dr. Joint also to make comments before we close.
Muzi, am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
All right. I always struggle with a cell phone and with tablets. Thank you for the opportunity. I've been listening, and I must say thank you to you also for attempting to bring the inputs towards what it should look like if the strat plan is an actionable document that assists us to work towards the outputs and the outcomes, with indicators that assists rather than are just symbolic. But it's not going to, I think, materialize today. I think we can safely leave it to the staff. What will happen is we will, in any case, we've got 8 days to produce the report. We shall then ensure that Manco guides once we've sent it to them, and then the rest of the committee will also be pulled into getting the report in shape. But just to say also that the ecosystem has not matured yet. We must also think of ourselves as not even being in our teenage years yet when it comes to oversight of this nature. It's not as if we took over a system that was democratic and transparent and responsive. The department will tell you that when they started, there was no immovable asset register. It's initiated, it's green, it's just been born. And so the committee needs to push as it wants to, but then it must take into cognizance the age of this thing that we are trying to hammer into shape. And that's why I appreciate the DG and the DDGs so much. The department has for some time struggled to be stable in terms of its top management. We can see with municipalities how instability in management and instability in the political leadership creates havoc on the lives of people. Ditsobotla is in the news right now. Neisner, that I referred to in my input, is a mess right now. The province is about to intervene it. And both those cases have to do with politics and administration failing. And this department has, to some degree, reached stability. It is our duty to keep that stability and assist them to stay stable, but it's also our duty to ensure that they stay on their toes. And on their side, they must make certain that they also capacitate us. The unfortunate part is I can hear what the Honorable Ngumalu is trying to do, but it doesn't work like that in a system where the legal framework is based on the rule of law that says separation of powers. It just does not. It just is incorrect if we take money from those that we do oversight over. There's even discomfort. The separation of powers is so strong, the feeling is so strong that there's even sometimes discomfort if an entity or a department feeds us when we go on oversight. That's how careful we must be. So we need to take we need to be very sensitive to that, because there are people who want to stabilize that type of closeness. We've set ourselves up as a democracy based on the rule of law, and therefore we have to stick to it. And we have to uphold that constitution. So just to say that in terms of the report and in terms of the strat plan, as committee staff, we are committed to sorting out and seeing to it that it is an actionable document that works towards impactful oversight, good relations, as section 41(1) of the Constitution does say, cooperativeness, sharing of information, transparency, and coherence. We'll work towards that, and we'll try and get we'll make our contribution to our democratic system and strong, accountable governance in that way. But as I say, it cannot be that we mix things up and put ourselves into danger. Then just to say, the issue of capacity of members is crucial. I've listened to members. You would notice, for instance, members would notice and can testify to this, that they got a lot of documentation in preparation for this strat plan. It's clear observation from those of us who can see and work, those of us who've worked in the sphere for long, the legislative sphere, that it's difficult for members to consume and work with all that documentation. And members need to be honest sometimes and tell us how they want the documents, what is consumable and what is not, so that we can tailor make. That's a tough one, but so that we can adjust ourselves to what it is that they need, because there is clear evidence that some of the stuff that we send is not used. The legacy report, for instance, is a recipe of, it's very clear what has not been completed. The list is there at the end of that report. And that can be a template for members to work from, in addition to what comes from their constituencies. It's a template of how far we have come. For instance, in the PMTE, the reason why the PMTE is in overdraft is not a current financial year, even in the last 5 years. The same thing with the IDT, how it exhausted its money. It's a historical thing that needs to be taken into account when we talk about these things. And the history of every 5 year is in every legacy report. So I urge members to tell us where they need assistance openly, so that we can then we can make it digestible if that is possible. I think that's all from my side. Just to thank the DG and his team, and I think Dr. Joint and some of ESA's people also joined us today. And I don't know if they are still there, but really we appreciate it a lot. Also the members, for your input and your guidance. It was really useful to learn from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shahib. I would like to offer our if we still have colleagues from the department. If not, maybe our stakeholders, if they have any final remarks that they would like to make. I see there's a hand. Oh, Dr. Joint, yes. I would like to take you, sir.
Thank you, facilitator, and thanks again to the Honourable Chair. It's just a word of appreciation from the ISA perspective that we were invited to participate. My personal motto is never stop learning, and I must admit I learned a lot in these 2 days. So I must also thank the Secretariat and the team dealing with the preparations. I think it was really meaningful discussions. I think when we look at where the country came from and which direction it's going, and I'm now linking it to our inclusive growth index that we developed. We've actually improved dramatically since 1994, but in terms of where we really want to be, there's still a lot of work for us, and infrastructure plays a critical role. So each of us have a serious role to play, and the focus of a chair to say we must actually work together, I think, is a critical path forward that we can actually enhance service delivery and infrastructure delivery. So just a word of appreciation from ISA perspective. Thanks again. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jeff. Any colleagues from the department? Just final remarks? Without
the DG is on the platform. I'll request DG to give it a bite if he did not go out again. But the last time when I checked, he was on the platform. He's no longer
I can't
in.
see him now. Yeah, I can't see DG now. No, he's no longer on the platform.
No longer on the
Chair.
platform. It's fine.
It's fine.
Anyone from the department? It seems like there's no one.
There is no one, Chair. I think it's only left. The only person left is me, DG. Before you close, Chair, because you do.
Look, you can take the platform. You are from the ministry.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Facilitator.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Facilitator, and good afternoon, members. Thank you for the very comprehensive 2 days of discussions. I would just like to share my appreciation for those who have presented and those who have contributed in terms of discussions. I do think that this has served as a good platform to share all our views and find consensus on the way forward for efficient oversight and collaboration. And I look forward to this document being finalized so we can use this as a foundation for discussions and interactions going forward. But beyond that, I'd just like to share my appreciation. Thank you, Facilitator. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. Any other member final words before actually I'm supposed to be okay. Maybe I think I would also like to thank Chair and the members for having afforded me an opportunity to be part of this process. I really appreciate that, and I really appreciate the sort of the respect and the platform that you have given me. I'm much appreciative of these 2 days. I think it has been a learning process. I would it was quite an intense 2 days, but it's always yeah, beneficial to engage with members of parliament discussing matters that have to do with moving the country forward. On that note, I would like to thank my colleagues from the committee for calling upon, requesting my assistance. I'm always willing and if time allows, able to provide support wherever I can. Thank you, Chair. I would like to hand over to you to make closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity and appreciate all of you, in particular yourself, facilitator, the support staff, the department in absentia. Luke will convey a message, the entities that were part of us who made presentations, and ourselves as members of parliament. It was very crucial and we needed this session. We believe that while you'll be concluding and compiling the final document, you'll put the true reflection of what we have engaged on. Let us not take much of your time, but the main important part is that now today, as we depart from this session, we know what is it that we want to achieve. It will be our collective document that start with the priority of PMTE to make it happen, and the rest of the priorities that will come after. As South Africa belongs to all of us, and the DPWI, we said, and we are joining the minister and the president to make it a construction site. So I just want to take this opportunity and say, honorable members, let's soldier on and work together and make it happen to the best of our ability. I want to take this opportunity and appreciate, and maybe to also request Nola to make few, if not one announcement. There will be a slight change for next week. We were supposed to have the 2 days physical meeting, but I'll request Nola to give us a directive, as we'll be waiting for the approval of the chair of chairs. You know, when things comes to my office, I do take a responsibility, but the final word and the approval lies in the office of the chair of chairs. I'll request Nola to make adjourning the meeting. Mziwake up. Thank you so much.
Okay. No, thank you. Okay. Thank you, colleagues. We may leave the platform.
Goodbye, everyone. Thank you.
Goodbye, and thank you so much, Muzi. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleague.
Thank you. Oh, DG, you're back. Thank you, colleague.